Hello, friends. Welcome. Finally, after 800 years. I have to make sure the game audio is actually set correctly. Every game I record has a different volume requirement in OBS so it doesn't drown stuff out. And I guess looking at the comments of this morning's video with Transport Fever, I think I had that volume set incorrectly. So we'll have to fix that for next time. But it's good to see everybody. See, I got to scroll back in chat because I originally was going to start at 1 o'clock and I didn't, and then somebody decided they needed to have a whole lot of chat for me to read, so I was behind as soon as we started the stream, but good to see everybody here. Let's see, who is in chat? Devilish Fun, Rick, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Josh, good to see you as well. And anybody else, or is it just you three talking to each other? Actually, it's mostly Devilish and Rick just going back and forth. Well, I appreciate you guys being here. Hopefully you're having an enjoyable Saturday. I think everyone is still in Saturday in chat right now. All right, what's the topic of discussion here? Ah, yes. With small channels like this, the short delays feel more like the usual chaos before morning meetings at work. Yep, sounds about right. Go ahead and punch it and chill for a bit. Energy. Okay, so I'm glad you brought that up, because I probably need to have some sort of a stream starting screen with a countdown and music or something so people can just know that I'm not actually dead and I'm just taking care of stuff and that the stream is actually going to start at some point in the future. I did that when I was on Twitch, but that was a very different audience. And I started doing that on YouTube and people were like, wow, this music is terrible. It's like, all right, forget it. I'll just start this. I'll just start the stream whenever I have the time to actually go up and do it. All right, let's see. Kung Fu Panda is a nice movie to watch if you like anime and action. Kung Fu Panda is not an anime, my friend. All right, well, we're gonna litigate that debate again from last week's stream, but yeah, it was a pretty decent movie. All right, okay, now I'm only 13 minutes behind in chat currently. All right, let's see what else. Yeah, people watching the VOD are gonna absolutely hate that the first 5 minutes of the stream is me reading chat. Marina, good to see you. Glad we have streamed today. Thought you weren't going to be able to stream this weekend. I was not originally, but stuff happens in fun and not so fun ways, and as a result we were able to stream today, so I am thankful for that being the result of all of that stuff. So we'll hang out for a couple hours today, tomorrow as well. Not sure exactly what's going to go on tomorrow, if it's going to be more Satisfactory, if it's going to be a different game. I was also going to try and stream last night, but that obviously did not happen. Let's take a trip over here to our steel facility. Got to check out on Meatball. We will. We will. We just got to make a pit stop first. Grab some steel beams. We already have a fair bit, but we're going to want to have a lot of these on hand for some of the stuff we're going to be doing today. I don't want to forget. Grab a couple more stacks of pipes. All right, that should work. Oh, or I could just drive up on the wall. That works too. I have background noise. Just found out Adobe Portfolios Really? I do not spend enough time looking at all the different stuff in Creative Suite, or Creative Cloud, whatever they call it now. It just blows my mind every time I learn about something new that I did not know existed. Someday we will remove all this garbage and make this actually drivable over here. But for right now, we'll just go pay Meatball and Spaghetto a visit. If you weren't here last time, we did find a friend for Meatball. And we are going to redo this habitat at some point, because I accidentally cut down the tree. Hello, Spaghetto. You found 31 limestone. Thank you. I don't need it, but I appreciate you anyway. And Meatball has, oh, 2 pillberries. Too bad I can't feed them to them. They like those. Yeah, there used to be a tree that grew up through the middle of this, but I cut down a tree over there, and it also removed this one for some reason. So that was not ideal, but they are doing well enough, it seems. So we'll let that be a thing for a little while, and then at some point today we will come back and build them a nicer habitat. I'm not stealing Meatball's food. You can't actually feed them anything after they're tamed. Or I've never been able to, at least. I forgot I had the jetpack. That's always fun. All right, so we have to do 50 computers and 100 heavy modular frames to get monorails unlocked. We have not automated either of those things. Computers would be probably a little bit more work to automate than I would care to do right now, because we would also have to get plastic coming over here regularly, and that would be a huge pain. Honestly, it's going to be easier for us to just drive over there and get it until we have a train set up or something. But we got to get some circuit boards, so we will make a trip over to the oil area to take care of that stuff. We have fixed screws. Those are automated, but we don't have the output from those machines going to anything. It's just going into storage, so we do want to have some sort of transportation logistics set up. And regarding the heavy modular frames, the big problem is just the regular modular frames. We have not ever really had a factory to automate that. We had a machine up here set to do that, and I don't remember if it still is or not. But that was kind of the whole thing for our space elevator parts. So right now this is making versatile framework. We need to make about another 1,000 of those for the space elevator. And then we have to do all this other stuff that actually needs a manufacturer to do it. But we got regular modular frames in here. They're just kind of slow. And they are going into the production of our versatile framework. So until we actually need these, I'm going to just leave this running because we need to make another 919 of them. So I don't particularly feel like just leaving that for some other time. We'll just let that go. All right. What else is happening in chat here? I'm talking about job applications. Well, good luck with those. Yeah. Teaching is a very difficult profession right now, as I am sure you are aware. But I don't know. Everybody I talk to who teaches, especially in early grades, has sometimes more nice things to say than others, but there's definitely a lot of challenges. I wish I could adjust this in the air. It doesn't seem to let me do that anymore. So one thing we really need to do today is fix our oil area. It's kind of precariously balanced, if you remember from last time, with our inputs and outputs. Power consumption being the limiting factor here. So we really need to optimize this, maybe change some recipes around to where we can have a little bit more of this going on than just this mess right here. I don't know if you fully comprehend just how much of a disaster this is. Let's oh, it's not gonna let me climb this, is it? Okay, so where's the ladder to get up to? Aha. Yeah, we'll just go all the way up to the top so you can get a gander at how awful this looks. Yeah, this is not optimized in the slightest. We'll get that sorted eventually. But what's happening is we are only able to produce about 330 megawatts out of this, which is almost as much as the coal power plants, all 4 of those are producing, but we really need a whole lot more because we can't even have everything in the entire factory running at the same time. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to figure out a way to put in additional fuel generators and reduce the overclocking that's happening. I think we're going to have to change recipes around. The reason the recipes that we're using are the recipes we're using is because I also wanted to have the plastic and the rubber. There are other recipes that you can use. Let's just take a look here real quick. Right now we're using this recipe, which makes 2 plastic and 1 cubic meter of heavy oil residue out of 3 crude oil. But we can also just straight up make fuel, which we'll make with adjusted for the same amount of input, 2 cubic meters of fuel and 1.5 polymer resin. The problem with that is then you have to do something with the polymer resin, and that becomes quite annoying very quickly. But you are going to make a whole lot more fuel. Again, 2 cubic meters in one step versus 1 cubic meter of heavy oil residue that then has to go into another refinery that then has to have a whole bunch of that to make 4 cubic meters of fuel. So every 1 cubic meter of heavy oil residue can only make, I don't know, math is hard, like 2/3 of a cubic meter of fuel, versus if we just changed the recipe to be the one that just straight up makes fuel, we're going to make a ton more fuel. So if we did that, we would have the option of also turning the polymer resin into plastic, but that requires another refinery. If we take that, so we can make residual plastic using the polymer resin and water, but we don't have any water to pump in here. So that's why that hasn't been a thing. We would have to have water packaged somewhere else and then imported into this. So that is why this specific area for oil refining is not really a great one, but it is the closest one, so that's what I was going to use. The map, we still have not gone hardly anywhere, but over here, like I said, there's this big oil field that has a bunch of flat, empty space and ocean right next to it, and then you can have everything set up extremely efficiently over there. That's what I did in all my other playthroughs, but since I did the quote-unquote hard start in the desert, it does not give me access to that. So we'll get this figured out. It's going to take some time. I don't know if we're going to have that done today or not. We definitely will not have it moved over to the, I guess, oil sands, whatever you want to call it, on the other side of the map. That is a very long process because we have to actually go over there and see all that stuff in the first place. But now let me go ahead and get caught up on chat again. You started education in 2019. Oh, you poor soul. So right into the fire. That is not an enviable position. Hey, Cowface. Good to see you. It is 12 o'clock. Oh, yep. Okay, yep. Where you are, it is. It is 12 o'clock. All right. Why do I have my chat window up blocking half of the chat replay? Well, I'm not going to mess with it because we're trying to actually play the game and not just have a boring VOD for people to get frustrated with. All right, Devilish, have a good time. We'll be here when you get back. All right, so we have our packaged fuel. I should get more of that while we're here. Because we don't want to... Okay, they haven't really made that much. Never mind. We'll leave that alone. Oh, yeah, these containers. Empty canisters. If we had a setup, depending on how we want to do this, we could bottle, quote-unquote, water over in the main area with a packager. And then if we had transit between the main base and this area, we could bring packaged water over here. We could bring packaged water over here and then use that for the polymer resin recipes. If we can supply it adequately. See, that's the problem, is if you have any lag whatsoever in delivering your different materials, it's going to be a bad time. So it's almost always better to use a pipeline or have everything in the exact same spot. Or you have such a huge buffer that you can afford to put, I don't know, a couple thousand canisters of water on a train or a truck or whatever and just dump them all at once, and the thing just has a huge backlog to go through. But that's not why we're here. We're here to grab... okay, no, I already have rubber. I needed the plastic. That's underneath. Oh, that is quite full, and it's all going to be recycled. Wait, how many... I got 13 more coupons. Nice. Well, we don't need those right now, so I will just go ahead and grab... I should have grabbed more than 3 stacks of these, honestly, but I didn't have enough space. So we'll put some in our car here. Yeah, I will just go ahead and make some room that way. Grab 3 more stacks, and we'll be good to go. There we go. All right, so let's head back over to our main base area. And at some point, we will come over here and maybe do something with this, but we have other possibly more pressing needs to take care of. Okay, I have a paleberry. You know what that means. It means we can have another friend. All right. Put that on the ground. Wait, have I already tamed this one? What are you doing over here? What are you doing over here? How'd you get out of your cage? Come on, man. I don't have time for this. Oh no. Oh, and I put my paleberries on the ground. All right, grab those. Why are you out here? Okay, you picked up some coal. Well, I don't need that, but thank you very much. How did you get out? What a pain. Why are you like this? All right. Well, if you can teleport out here, you can teleport back. So figure it out. His name is Houdini. It sounds like it. All right, so now I guess we have to go back to the... got to go back to the enclosure and see if Meatball is still there. All right, and I was in the middle of reading that message about the Kung Fu Panda popcorn bucket, but we have to talk about the Dune popcorn bucket with like the... Oh, I don't even know what you want to call those things. It's not like tendrils, but it's like... It's not even mandibles because they're not like controllable. It's just like the prongs kind of thing, and you like stick your stick your fist down through it. Like, who designed that? Like, people had to understand what people were going to think about that. Are you recycling your plastic? I am not current. Well, actually, in this game, Fix-It does not waste. First of all, so there is no waste. You can pretty much only recycle whatever. But yes, I am recycling the extraneous plastic. But that is not... I'm trying not to just waste, quote-unquote, waste all of it, but we are going to be getting a lot more stuff done with the plastic. Good to see you, Roy. Yeah, the Dune one is very cursed. I just... Part of me thinks that was an intentional... Okay, so Meatball's still here, I think. Yes, good Meatball. So now I gotta go chase down Spaghetto, idiot. Come on, man. I got stuff to do. I can't be chasing down a lizard doggo who teleported halfway across the map for no reason. As long as Meatball is still in there, which he is. Okay. All right. Man, I did not want to go over there and grab this guy. Hey, Hoff. Actually, since we're all here, I figured out, I think you were in stream last time I did this, but I've got promotional gift memberships to give out. And this month it said I had 10. So, if I click, no, okay, no, oh, it can't be in the studio. It has to be in the actual, the actual, what do you call it? Yeah, I know that's very technical definition. The channel. So I'm going to have to open this, mute the sound so it doesn't cycle back and forth. Oh, here we go. All right, we're done. Show your support for JC the Beard. Membership gifting. Yes, I have 5 more free ones. So I'm going to hit this again, and we're going to see if it gives you another gift membership. But this is the last time I can do this in February. Next time it has to be in March because I get 5 per month. So let's see who gets it. All right, my gift has been announced in live chat. All right, alvsindre, Mitchell Walker, Keaton Edwards, the Atra Tech Guru, I think, and then Mr. Zesty. Hoff has once again somehow dodged the sub bomb. Apologies, Hoff. And Marina not getting gift memberships when the thing automatically assigns with it. I can't individually gift specific people, unfortunately, but welcome back to the 5 of you who probably are not in chat, but appreciated anyway for you being a part of something, even if I'm the one that made it possible for you to do that. Just I like people to have access to stuff like the early videos and the green names in chat's always fun. So let's just turbo ourselves over here. And I guess we got to go hunt down this lizard doggo. Unless he's making his way back homeward bound style. I'm actually getting some pretty impressive distance out of this, honestly. All right. That's not a doggo, right? That's just a boulder. All right. That works. Theater tech guru. I don't know why I couldn't read the word theater. Well, if they're in chat, then they can feel free to let me know what the correct pronunciation is. But that probably is what that is. All right, Spaghetto. Where are you? Come on, we got stuff to do. I can't let you stay out here by yourself, but I also really should not be spending time doing this. I like how my weapon is a coffee. Yeah. It has a sipping action as well. There he is. All right, you idiot. Get over here. Oh, no, not the chainsaw. All right. Where are you going? Oh, he's caught on the slope. Okay. All right, hey. Ding dong. Come over here. There you go. There you go. Just come this way. I really hope there's not any monsters over here that are going to attack me. You are most welcome. Is it Theater Tech Guru? I don't know why I tried to read it as something else. I guess my brain is insufficient today, but glad to have you on board. All right, where's my yeah, it's up here. I got to make sure this guy can actually get back where we're supposed to be going here. Must resist the urge to click and swing the weapon while the dog is following me. All right. Let's see if he's smart enough to figure this out. Okay, good. I do not like walking backwards. I love that when they walk, the ears just swing all over the place. It's like precision engineered cute. All right, so we're going to make our way back over here. And eventually, assuming this guy follows us all the way back, we'll be good to go. And I'm going to start... Now, his vision's based on movement. Come on. Get over here. I guess I got to stand at the top of the dune and always have eye contact or else he gets confused. All right, now... Man. But what I was trying to say is I'm going to get transport set up between the screw factory and our main area here. And we're going to do that with trucks. You idiot. Get over here. Come on. Hey. Hey. We can set up a truck station at the screw factory and another one in the main area. And then we can use all those screws to make the components that we're making up in our space elevator area. And then some other stuff as well. Oh, good. Oh, no, he's stuck. All right, come on. This takes so long. Do you think 2 pets in the same enclosure is what allows one to escape? I don't think that has anything to do with it, based on past experience, but who knows? They could have changed something. I had my first playthrough that I did. I spent like an hour the other day just going back and forth in there to see what I had built and everything. At some point I'll probably show it to you guys, because I have 250 hours in that one, and this one I think... Oh, it's not going to tell me. But I'm pretty sure this one is about 50 or 55 hours. So that one's a lot more developed. It's got monorails, it's got truck transport, it's got all sorts of stuff in there. But I had in that one an enclosure with, I think, 5 or 6 lizard doggos in it. I did not go to check and see if they were still there, but at one point in time, it was a whole lot of lizard doggos in one spot, and they, at least back then, never moved. But when I reloaded the save, because remember, the last time I would have opened that save would have been sometime in, you stupid idiot, sometime in 2021, and there's been, what, 4 or 5 updates since then? So I reopened it, and all of the enemies had respawned in the areas that I had gotten rid of them and a bunch of, like, one specific building tile. It was one of the diagonal ramps. Every time I had placed that, the game reoriented those 90 degrees offset of where I'd placed them down. And that created a lot of weird problems with ramps. So I went around and I spent like 30 minutes fixing all those just so I could drive vehicles around properly. But I would imagine it's possible that my lizard doggos are no longer there and also no longer tamed if they reset all of the mobs. All that to say, I don't think having multiple of them in the same thing is a problem, but who knows? Sorry for the delay, SS Theater Tech Guru. All right, cool. Good to know. So do you do like lighting, audio, or anything like that? I got a couple friends who are doing that on Broadway. One guy works on a cruise ship doing event production. And I did a little bit of that kind of stuff. Not in any like professional capacity, but when I was in school. Spaghetto is a good candidate for the toxic waste. Well, if I actually have any toxic waste, then maybe we'll have to see if he's misbehaving. Spaghetto cannot be tamed. Apparently not. The game should allow them to breed. I mean, if you want to take that up with Coffee Stain, go right ahead. I don't know that that's a mechanic we need in this game. Production manager in the West End, nice. Well, that sounds like a whole lot of fun. Yeah, I've not been super engrossed in the world of theater, but I know every time I bring it up, like the actual like really into theater people always groan. But I went and saw Phantom of the Opera on Broadway. I think it was 2014. Really, really great show. I liked it. I don't know. The really hardcore theater people seem to not enjoy Phantom or Andrew Lloyd Webber's stuff that much. But it was a very fun experience, and they did a great job with the production. I think they had like a 26-piece orchestra, which is insane on Broadway to have that many musicians. So I got a lot of friends who are into that stuff, so it's always neat to hear different things about it. Posted the bucket and booster lounge. All right, well, let's get Spaghetto into what a weird name. Let's get Spaghetto into the enclosure, and then I'll open that up. Or are you talking about the Dune bucket? Okay, that's probably what it is. But yeah, that is that's a very cursed piece of movie paraphernalia. All right, now let's see. You came out of the door. Are you going to be able to come back in? No? All right, well, I'll tell you what. Make your way downtown. There you go. And now you're just in here. I don't know how you got out, but don't do that again, all right? Don't do it again. Oh, I can't pick up the coal. I have full inventory. Ooh, hog remains. Those are useful. I don't have space to pick it up, but we might come back and get that in a second. All right, so let's leave them alone. Please do not escape again. Do not escape without permission. I don't have time to be running all over the place. Head out on a date with the lady. Have fun. Thanks very much, Devilish, for the 2. Appreciate you. Enjoy your date. You should make yourself an omelet with an emu egg. That would be way too large to eat. Unless you have some sort of crazy appetite. In fact, I think I've only ever seen an emu egg once. And that was in kindergarten. Somebody's mom brought it in. I guess the kid wanted to bring it for show and tell, but she didn't trust the kid to actually, bring it to school on the bus. So I don't know. I just remember it's like, wow, this is huge. And then a couple years later, I'm just thinking to myself, where did you get an emu egg? And then apparently they either like kept emus or one of their neighbors did or something. I live in the rural South where stuff like that happens all the time. But that was an interesting thing. That thing was huge. It was enormous. Emu egg, ostrich egg is probably around the same size. I'm not exactly sure how the comparison goes. But man, I just can't. Emus are such interesting creatures. Like, can you imagine? Sorry to all the Australians in the chat or in the VOD, but can you imagine losing a war to emus? I can't, personally, but Australia did. This is the wildest story anytime you think about that stuff. But I digress. We've got to make some sort of progress today. So I got the plastic to make computers, which I think are down here. I always scroll past them every single time. Where did it disappear? No, okay, it's way up here, up on communications. So we have plenty of plastic, but now we need to make circuit boards. We have to make 50 for the monorail train research, which means we're going to have a lot of circuit boards. A lot. Like hundreds and hundreds. Well, 500 to be specific, but that's a lot of circuit boards. So I don't really have space to make any more. I do have this one partial stack, which might let us get away with making a bunch, but we can only make 102 right now anyway, because we have to make the copper sheets. So we'll just pop this in, let them do that kind of thing. We are going to have to set up an actual factory for this, but for the time being, we can just kind of leave this alone and see what ends up happening. All right, so let's take a look at the Dune popcorn bucket. Well, I can't put it on the screen and stream because I'm not that sophisticated currently with all of this stuff. But yeah, suffice to say, it's just such a weird choice for them to do that, man. Oh, that wasn't even the same popcorn bucket. That one actually looks cool. Looks like a Chinese takeout box. That's exactly what that is. Oh, I remember. I was going to say this the other day. My sister went to a thrift store or something, and she found a purse that is a Chinese takeout box, but it's a purse. The outside looks exactly like it, like a Chinese takeout box. And the inside obviously is like it's got the purse lining or whatever. I'm not an expert in that kind of stuff. But I just thought that was the funniest thing ever. She walks in holding this thing. I was like, why do you have a giant Chinese takeout box? Like, this is a purse. I was like, what? This is the funniest thing. I got a picture of it, but it's got some identifying info, so I'm not going to post it. But it was just the funniest thing, man. Somebody had the idea. It's like, hey, what if we made a purse that looked like a Chinese takeout box? I just think that's amazing. Oh, what a fun time. Now I'm laughing at stupid things people are saying on Discord, but we are here to play the game, so that is what we'll do. Viral marketing, I guess. Yeah, that's the whole thing I was trying to say with the Dune thing, and then I get sidetracked like 8 different times. They had to know what that would have looked like, and I can't believe that higher ups would have signed off on that. Or maybe they knew that it was going to go viral, or people were like, oh, look at that, it's whatever. And then, I don't know. I feel like at this point, marketing is all just like mind games. I didn't take any marketing classes in college, but I did take a number of other media things, because that is what I studied, and now I make videos about video games. So that was worth all that time and money to go to college and study this stuff and just to play games on YouTube. But I digress. The amount of stuff that marketing people end up getting into that you would just not believe is wild. I probably should go ahead and make these 10 computers and free up some inventory slots, and then we can move on to making some other things. Hello. Good to see you. Just hanging out playing some Satisfactory today. Going to try to get monorails unlocked. I don't think we're going to be able to build any today, depending on how long it takes to get the rest of the stuff done. We're going to do some other logistic things as well. Plenty of stuff to get to. So we'll see. We'll see what we can get ourselves into. I want to get truck automation going. Hopefully we're able to actually make that work. We'll see. It's going to require a little bit of trial and error so we can accomplish different things here. But let's put these computers in there. Now I've got some inventory slots. Can I make any heavy modular frames? No, because I do not have encased industrial beams, and I do not have modular frames. But I can make modular frames. They just take forever to get made. These are much faster, so let's go ahead and make those. The idea that I think I've had, I don't have the resources and I don't have enough production built up to really have automated sorting or anything quite yet. But I was thinking I'm going to have a truck or a tractor, one of those kind of things, go around to these different production facilities and just pick everything up and dump it in one spot. So we can either run it into the recycler or we can do X, Y, Z with it, and I don't have to walk all over the map to find different things. Because right now, if we take a bird's eye view, am I going to be able to actually get up anywhere? I guess I have the jetpack, which is nice. So we'll just go up to the very tippy top here. All right, so here is screws. This is steel beams and steel pipes. That's our coal power plant. Up here we have copper wire and cables. Up there is quick wire. And then outside of that, we don't really have any other production factories. So it's not really in our best interest. Oh, that's Christmas land too. We have to finish that at some point. But it's not really going to be in our best interest to develop a whole huge auto-sorted thing. But we could send some vehicles around to collect things and at least bring them in a general area so we don't have to walk all over the place. So I think that's what we're going to get into if we have truck stations. Not too hard to build those. We'll probably need to make, I don't know, a decent bit of them. The problem is going to be this quick wire. Zoom in on this. Oh man, motion sickness. This is very steep to get up here, so we probably will have to have conveyor belts coming down the cliff and then put a truck station down here. But I'm not really too worried about that because quick wire is not something we're super in the need for. We'll get it figured out. We also have the blueprint constructor I made at the very end of the, last week's stream. So we will make use of this to build other factories. We just don't have the need for it at this exact moment. So I think, let's go ahead and put this, I'm going to do 3 of these for right now. Because we're not going to have one truck go to everything, but I know, have a truck go here, here, and here. That'll be easy. Is it worth reorganizing the base first? All of this ideally goes away soon. If I can actually make stuff correctly here. What we should do is this is, I believe that's iron, should be. Yeah, this right here needs to be turned into a factory for iron plates and iron rods. Although, honestly, the iron rods probably don't need to be here. I don't know. But this is a relic from the very, very beginning when we started this off. So maybe that's something we need to do first. I don't know. But eventual goal is to have all this be the same thing. We could maybe just make all of this conveyors instead of trucks, but I honestly kind of just want to play with the trucks to play with the trucks. I guess. But we'll see what happens. The tractors can hold 25 slots. The trucks can hold 48. Tractors can go up a steep slope. Trucks cannot. So in a flat area like this, the truck is going to be much better. However, the truck is vastly more expensive to produce. You can see what the cost there versus the tractor being like that. So I think, I mean, realistically, we probably should just use the tractors because they're smaller and way cheaper, and we're not really going to have the volume to fill up a 25 slot inventory every 30 seconds or whatever the time interval ends up being. So I guess for right now, well, we already have a truck. Actually, I don't need to make another one. I just need to, or a tractor. I'm sorry. It's over here at the coal area. We'll get that figured out. But the main thing is getting the truck stations built, building the foundations, the highways to go between them. And then at some point we can do hypertubes. Once we have this more built up, we can have transportation automated, quote unquote, for our, well, The gender of the Fix-It Pioneer is unclear. It's not canonically confirmed, but for all intents and purposes, we just call it the dude because that's easier. Not necessarily correct, but it is what it is. Hey, Floofs. Don't call your trucking delivery UPS or FedEx or Amazon. You never get deliveries. It depends. It depends. I have had very good experiences at my office with FedEx and UPS. Amazon at the office is terrible. But Amazon at my house is perfectly fine. I don't know what it is. They're not that far apart. But at the house, UPS and FedEx are not as good. But the office, the drivers that we've had coming to deliver and pick up at our office for the past 10 years are amazing people. Do a great job. They're very reliable. Almost never have any problems with them. But Amazon, forget it. It's like, oh, the business was closed. Tried to deliver 10:13 p.m. Like, of course the business is closed at 10:13 p.m. It's an office. It's open 9 to 5. Or they say it was handed directly to a resident, and then we find the package later, like, thrown into a bush. Like, really? Why? Why are you like this? You don't be like that. But then at home, like, the Amazon driver that comes to the house is always super nice, and they never throw the package. They'll, like, place it up under something so it doesn't get wet or whatever. You can't see it from the street. It's like, man, these people are so nice. But then at work, it's horrible. I really don't understand it. Voiceover did well. Good to hear. What was I doing? Oh, I was talking about our transportation logistics we're going to do. And then I remembered we have to fix this. So let's, at risk of getting derailed, let's go check out. I think this is a normal node, and this is a Mark I miner. We could easily replace with a Mark II. Yes, and it's overclocked to get 90 per minute. So I think, yeah, that one at 90 per minute is feeding all of this production, which is going to require... Well, these are both overclocked, I'm pretty sure. Oh, they're super overclocked. Okay. We'll have to figure that out then. I wonder how this gets backed up so much if it's only making 90 per minute. But this is using 75, and this is also using 30, so it's using 100 it's using 105 per minute, but this is only producing 90. How is that possible? Unless I just misread. Yeah, what's up with this? I don't understand how that math works. Unless it's... Oh, okay, I know why. It's because these are backing up. Backing up, backing up. That can use 30 per minute. This can use 22.5 per minute. And this can use... That's exactly what the problem is. Okay, so... Queso sounds pretty tasty right now. The issue we're going to run into here is we have to make iron plates, and we have to figure out... How did I get inside of this? Hello? Okay. We've got to get a little facility for making the iron plates and the iron rods. Should not be too hard. Based on this, we'll just kind of build this into the hillside, and then that will be nice and easy. How do you get your Timberborn FPS to be 140? You can only get 60. It doesn't... because I have a monitor that has a maximum frame rate of 165 hertz, and you can't... you obviously cannot record, or you can. It's not smart to record higher than your output that your in-destination is going to support. YouTube does not support frame rates higher than 60 FPS in playback, so I cap my recording at 60, but I play the game at 165, or have it max out at 165. Just because I've gotten used to that over the past couple of years I've had this monitor. But there really isn't a benefit to playing with that high of a frame rate in a city builder kind of game, unless you just want really, really smooth looking graphics. But the game honestly would probably run a little bit better if I capped it at 60. But it's just one of those things. It's like what's the thing that like car guys say when they get a speeding ticket? Is like, I paid for the whole speedometer, I'm going to use the whole speedometer. It's like that kind of deal. Does a truck station pick up one good or multiple types? It will pick up anything it is supplied with. So the truck station is basically a storage... I don't know why I'm walking around. It's basically a storage container that puts items in a truck. So any amount of combinations of stacks of things. It will load in the truck when the truck shows up, and it'll load until the truck is full or for a predetermined time. It's been a while since I messed with those, but that's what that does. So it does not matter what the items are. It'll just put whatever is put into it into the vehicle, and it'll also refuel the vehicles so it's fully automated. It's pretty cool, actually, but it does take a little bit of finagling to get working correctly. All right. All that being said, let's plan this out. We've got, I guess for right now, I will take the truck stations off of this because we're going to be working on this other stuff. But Miner Mark II is going to get us 120 iron ore. Our smelters, I cannot remember what the maximum rate. I think they're 30 per minute. So we're going to need 4 smelters. There we go. And then we're going to get 120 ingots out of that. I think it's 120 that come out. And then the constructors, we could actually just walk down here and check. But this is, well, it's super overclocked, but that's 75 is going to be 30 when it's not overclocked. The constructor is going to take 30 iron ingots and spit out 30 iron rods. I guess we should decide what we want our split to be. Although, for our purposes here, I think it probably makes the most sense to go, since we're not also making screws here, have one of them make the rods and 3 of them make the plates, because the plates are going to be very, very, what's the word, necessary. Okay, so it makes 6 seconds to make 3 of those. I gotta go check what this is actually set to. Okay, so if I take this out, it's going to make 15 per minute. It's going to take 15 per minute and make... Oh, wait, no, that's making iron rods. Why am I like this? There we go. Set that back up. I went to the wrong... went to the wrong thing after all this time talking about this. All right, 30 iron ingots per minute input, 20 iron plates output. So that's going to be 60 iron plates output per minute, which is probably just fine. We'll need 3 of these for this and 1 of those for the rods. That is okay. That's 4 constructors. That is what I thought we were going to run into. So that's going to work out. Okay, we'll add those to the list. So this will be a nice, simple factory. Should not be any problem whatsoever to make it. We just have to get the components. Portable miner. We'll get 1 when we disassemble this. So we only need to make 1. We need to make some modular frames. Go get some cables. We have tons of cables. And then scroll down here. That's all well and good. We've got a nice buffer there. So I think we are okay. So let's go get some cables. And let's see what else is going on in chat. Should we be scared of my game running at 40 or 50? No. I think what I was trying to impart on you last time was that the most important thing is just to do it. And once you get going, if you decide it's something you want to continue, then you can worry about like technical stuff. But honestly, the technical aspect is one of the least important things behind making videos. You have to like it, you have to want to do it, and you have to develop your individual voice, I guess, if that makes sense. That's more important than making sure the computer can run it at a super fast speed or whatever. Because that's what people will come for. They'll come for your personality, and they will, or they might come to watch the game, but they'll stay because of the way you play it and your interactions with people. That's what I've found to be true. Your mileage may vary, but that is the best advice I could give you. So there's our portable miner. Let's make some modular frames, if I can hit the right buttons on the keyboard. All right, where's my modular frames? Man, it bugs me they only make these in pairs, because I never have the correct number. I always have to have more or less. Do I know my PC specs? They used to be in my video descriptions. I think I had to start taking them out because I was running out of space. Because I have too many beard boosters to list. And that should not be a problem, but that is what's happening. Is YouTube has a 5,000 character limit for video descriptions, And when I paste the beard booster list in, that takes up about 4,400 characters, and I have to start trimming stuff from the descriptions. But currently, my computer has a AMD 5900X CPU, which is a 12-core, 24-thread, 3.8 gigahertz base clock. I think it boosts to 4.2 or 4.3 without modifying it in the BIOS. But that's the Zen 3 architecture. It's a much, much better CPU than the 3900X, which is essentially the same, but it has a slightly older architecture. But for whatever reason, this one is just way faster at encoding video and runs Timberborn a lot better than the old one, which is, I think, hilarious, considering they're basically the same chip, except with a slightly different architecture upgrade. But it's on I'm running on the X570 chipset, which is an AM4 unlocked BIOS for the CPU multiplier. I've got 64 gigs of RAM. I don't remember the exact item that's in there, but I think it's a G-Skill Trident Z Neo or something, but it's 3600 megahertz speed because Ryzen likes fast RAM. The video card is a 2070 Super that I bought in 2020, like 3 weeks before the GPU prices doubled. So I am very thankful to have this because it would have been way more expensive. But it's starting to show its age. I might need to replace it pretty soon. We'll see. I guess it depends on how much I can justify a business expense of building another computer, or at least getting a new GPU. But yeah, honestly, for most of what I do, this computer is pretty overkill. But it is nice to have the extra RAM if I want to do something like have 150 Chrome tabs open, which I currently may or may not have 150 Chrome tabs open. I never like to shut things. But that Cities Skylines, the first one, the second one is a mess. But the first game, I have so many modded assets for that. I haven't streamed that one in a long time. We might have to do that again at some point. But I have so many modded assets for that. When I load that game, I was running out of RAM before I upgraded to 64 when I only had the 32 gigs. It would take like 5 minutes to load the map, and it would absolutely max out the RAM all the time. It would want to use every single scrap of it could to load that stuff. But now if I were to open Cities Skylines 1, I think it would take 42 gigabytes of RAM to load all this stuff. Oh, it's a mess. I built this computer in May of 2020. About a month and a half after I started posting videos on YouTube. Because at that point in time, I was in college for media production, and I was going to be a freelancer. And I was going to go travel around the country and shoot video and photos and do a bunch of... Oh, that's that thing. What was I doing? I was going to demolish all this stuff. Yeah. I was going to travel around the country doing media production stuff, and I had all this stuff set up, and I went and... I'm not going to tell you what bank, because that would be stupid, but I went and set up like a corporate bank account and everything. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna go get my airline miles and this and that, and I'm gonna go all over the place, and I'm gonna become something really cool. And then pandemic happened, and here I am 4 years later, making videos on video games. But I do not regret that that's what happened, because this has been very fun. But that is why I built the computer in the first place, and why I was able to justify spending so much money at the time. But it's been interesting. So that's the story of that. Let's just clean all this up. I got a bunch of garbage to pick up off the ground. And we'll get to that in due time. I'm not going to get rid of the storage containers, because that's okay. So now we have all of this mess absolutely everywhere. We've got to... I really should organize this, honestly. What's in here? 10 iron ore. That's probably what a lot of this is going to be, honestly. But let's take our foundations. That aligns with the world grid. What direction is that going? Good, it's facing the correct direction. If you're wondering why... I don't know. Seriously, I'm out of concrete? Oh, that's such a pain. I guess I'm going to have to make this limestone into concrete and then go get another stack. But the reason... Why is this still here? Okay. I guess I gotta take care of that. That should give me concrete, though, I would think. Now I forgot what I was gonna say. That's nice. Oh, the reason we're doing this, aligning this way, is because if you have them all aligned to the world grid, then you can have 90-degree angle roads going everywhere, which is a nice idea. So let's go make some more concrete, go grab another stack, etc. And then we can continue on with that. Put up a website with FAQ answers. I mean, I could, but it's also fun to talk to people. I don't hate answering questions. So even if it is something I've answered a million times, I'm not going to get upset about it. Oh, I can just shove this in here. Haha, I win. Take that out. Just give me a stack of 500. That should work. I have thought about just doing like an FAQ video, but at the same time, a lot of this, it's not necessarily like private, like unknowable information, but it's like something that I would be happy to like answer if somebody asked me, but I don't necessarily want to just broadcast everywhere, you know? You got to be careful sometimes with the internet. People can be weird. It's very strange. But like if somebody comes in stream and wants to like, hey, like, oh hey, what do you think about this, that, whatever? Like, yeah, okay, I'll answer that. There's no reason not to. But you just have to be careful sometimes. All right, so there's our Mark II miner. Make sure, yep, 120 per minute. We'll get that all hooked up. I have now enough space to get rid of some of this stuff that's just floating. That's okay. I might as well just go ahead and pick these up. I think most of them are going to be small single items or stacks of ore. Yeah. 99. Okay, I'm not going to pick that one up. If there's anything that I can just easily pick up that it's not going to overflow all of my stuff, and I'll do that. But I think a lot of this is going to be stuff that we've got to come back and get in pieces here. Yeah, we'll leave that alone. Okay, so we talked about all the different stuff that has to go in here. Very, very small factory. So I think what we'll do, 4 smelters, 4 constructors. This could just be a single room thing. We'll send it out here, have the smelters feed them directly into constructors, and then have it all collect at the end. So I don't want to clone the miner Mark II. I want to clone the foundation. I think that should all be facing the same way, and it is. Yeah, so this will make a 90-degree turn here, and then we'll go into a manifold. I believe if I have this set up correctly, I can put all of this in one bit here. And this is going to have an overhang a little bit, but that's okay. We'll just have it go all the way down. Let's check our smelter size, because I'm pretty sure it's not going to be a problem. We'll just have to have our stuff come along the back side here. I'm pretty sure this will fit, but we'll just take a look-see. Okay, that's a little close. We'll leave space. I'll make one more foundation going this way. Hold on, is that facing the wrong way? It is. Why is it like this? I guess it's not technically the wrong way. I just like everything to match. One of those weird compulsion things, I guess. All right, that is going that way. It is kind of funny, objectively, that it's taken us this long to automate and correctly lay out the most basic stuff in the game. But if I have that like so, and I have that just go down to the ground, I don't think that's egregious. I think that's probably okay, but I wouldn't want to go any further out, I don't think. So maybe it does turn into something where I have to have another section here. Yeah, because this, I'm pretty sure when I go to place this is not going to be, not really going to be ideal. As long as I can walk around or have some sort of a space here. Let's check our catwalk width. Yeah, that is going to be too close unless it's way above all of this. So I guess we'll get that figured out. I also could rotate this 180 degrees and have this come in from the backside. That's probably better, honestly. And that would also make the ladder a little bit more doable. Let's put this. Wait, what happened to my? Oh, really? It put the portable miner on the ground. All right, we got to eat some berries here just to get rid of them, because we know we can find those easily. All right, so now, where's my? How did I? Okay, I don't know how, but I lost my cursor. There we go. We'll put this back in the slot there. Pick up the portable miner, and problem solved. I say as I go into the wrong spot. Miner Mark II. Rotate. Okay, that's going to be a lot better. And we'll be able to just climb up the ladder here if we want to. So, I don't need to have a splitter here. I just need to have a 90-degree thing. And then I will have the smelters organized. I think I can pretty safely set this up like so. Let's just check our inputs, outputs. That looks like it's a little, yeah, it doesn't want to really line up perfectly, but I guess this is okay. I kind of want to just see if I can get this to line up perfectly here, but it wants to snap weirdly. So I guess we'll leave it at that. That should be fine. Just line these up. There we go. One more here. All right, so that is going to work out pretty nicely, I think. Just have those popped in like so. We got to come in and put the splitters. Okay, where's the input on this? That side. There we go. So this is lined up here in the exact middle of the block. Not that it has to be, but it's nice to have it there. And then this will have to be rotated that way. There we go. Mark II belts. Do I have... yes, I do. Okay. So these are going to be all Mark IIs because it's 120. I probably could... Wait, is this not gonna... Okay. Oh, I hate that it does this. I could go ahead and just use Mark IIIs in case I want to ever replace this, but honestly, I don't want to mess with that. So it does kind of irritate me that this is gonna just permanently be like that, but you know, it is what it is. This will be 90 coming out of here, so that has to be Mark II, but the rest of this can be Mark I. Nice and easy, right, like so. So that'll go there. This will be 60 coming in here, 30 coming in here, and then the last 30 coming in here, just like so. We need to set all these for iron ingots. All right, so now we're going to make 120 iron ingots. We will hook these up to power at some point. But then we have to come out this way. I think we're just going to come out like that. And then, based on how this is set up, check. Okay, so that's not going to be the most perfect thing ever, but we could, or we could just make a second floor because, you know, why not? So happy we're fixing this. Me too. Is there a faster miner than Mark II? Yes, there is a Mark III. We can't get to it quite yet, but that will do on a normal node 240 ore per minute. And to my knowledge, that's the fastest we currently have access to. Don't forget that a pure node will output twice as many, and an impure will output half as many. So if you have a Mark III miner on a pure node, it will output, I think it's 240 is the base for the Mark III, 480 per minute. So there's a big incentive to use the pure nodes. The further up you go, and of course you can overclock. So a Mark III overclocked, I think, will allow you on a regular node to get to a lot, 600 per minute, because you get a 250% of your original value. My math could be wrong, but we'll see eventually. Let's see what else. You need a large mallet to fine adjust. I wish. That would be very convenient, but I also understand why they don't do this that way. So let's take a second, think about how we want stuff to go. We could very easily in the corner here put in a conveyor wall and then send something up the outside. I think that might actually be what we want to do if we take all these things out. Conveyor merger, send that out that way. I believe, yes, there we go. That will go that way. That's fine there. And then we can have the resulting stuff go up. And then we'll just make a second floor. I think that is probably the best way to do this. Because verticality is neat, and we don't necessarily have to have things sprawl out everywhere just because. So smelting happens down below. I don't have enough stuff to go ahead and build the walls, but we do need to go ahead and get our foundations put in the correct height here. There we go. So that'll be 4 meters, 8 meters, 12 meters. And then I think we can have our next floor probably without all the smoke getting in the way. Or maybe we don't care. We could leave a huge amount of space, or we could just start like so. But I think this should be okay. But it's not like we're going to be in here a lot anyway. I don't think it's going to matter. So then I will take the 1 meters. Oh, that's facing the wrong way. Let's rotate that 90 degrees. There we go. That'll be our floor. Hello, blubs blabs. I can't ever... Okay, that is in the correct slot there. Is it going to let me... There we go. Cool. All right, so that should be all the way over as far as... Yeah, the smoke is going to come up through the floor. I really want to fix it. I know this has got to be just absolutely agonizing to watch as I as I mess with this again and again and again. But it'll be worth it when this looks nice. So there we go. That's what we're going to do. We'll just have it go way far up for not really any specific reason other than just I don't want it to look stupid. So there, and there. That's going to mean that we also need to come across... oh, that can go away. I think I can get away with 3 this way. JC's actually building his chat being boring. No, not boring. I just actually really need to accomplish stuff. So we'll do that. It also helps. Devilish has departed to go on a date, and Kurt is not here. Those are the 2 main offenders. I say offenders affectionately. We, of course, very much value them and appreciate their presence in chat. But is this... okay, good. It isn't actually encroaching on anything. It just was acting like it was. Could you run this game on a laptop? I'm... Probably, but I would very much not advise that. It's very, very graphically demanding. The yeah, your graphics card probably will not be able to handle it. Laptop graphics cards, unless they are discrete graphics, like a probably... I mean, I haven't tried on my laptop. So I've got the one that I use for recording when I'm on vacations and stuff. Well, I guess it's not a vacation if I'm still working, but you get the idea. That has a GTX 1650, which is not a ray tracing enabled card, but it's at the time I bought it, it was a decent lower mid-tier graphics card for a laptop to have. That struggles to run Timberborn at 60 FPS, although Timberborn is usually more CPU bound than anything. I have never tried to run Satisfactory on it, and I am almost certain it would not run very well. The 710 laptop GPU, I'm pretty sure would be almost impossible for it to run this game. You can try it, but I'm not going to tell you it would be a great idea. 24 gigs of RAM is very good for a laptop. That's more than I've got in mind. The i7 should have no problems running pretty much anything, but the graphics on the laptops are always the biggest problem. Meanwhile, I lurk. Yes, you do. We're glad to have you here. Could talk about time zones if it helps. Battery Smooth isn't in chat, so that might not be might not be the most productive discussion if he's not here to get mad about it. Are you saying it wouldn't run very satisfactory? Yes, I am. But my main thing is I don't want you to go out and buy the game if you can't play it, because wasting money is no good. Timberborn runs at 60 FPS mostly. Well, that's good. With a giant colony, I think you said earlier, I didn't read it out loud, but I did read it. Cycle 65 on a playthrough. So you can try it. I'm not gonna tell you it's gonna be great, because it honestly probably isn't on a laptop unless you have a really, really good mobile GPU. I wish I could see how much my frame rate is right now on this. I think I probably get somewhere around 80 or 90 in this setup with this computer. But I'm also running at 165 hertz refresh on a 1440p display. I think a lot of laptops now are 1080p or 1440. Mine has a 4K display, which is probably why Timberborn doesn't run that great on it, honestly. It's trying to render that many pixels. It's fun to talk about people when they're or here. Did you mean to say not here? I remember computers with 16K RAM. Yeah. What was it? Oh man. Okay, I gotta tell this story. I've got some family who have been in like technology, computers and stuff for a while, like since the 80s. And I remember my dad told me, my uncle told him sometime in I think sometime in the early 90s, he'd like built him a computer for work or something. He said something to the effect of, name withheld, you're never going to need more than it was probably 16K RAM or whatever. It was a computer that ran on DOS, like a long time ago. Ran a business database software called RBase, I think is what it was. He's like, you're never going to need a computer with more than this much RAM. And then here we are later. You literally can never have enough RAM in a computer. It's just wild. You think about all the technological advancements in the past 40, 50 years in computers. It's just like mind-boggling. It's amazing what people can come up with. Honestly, it's always just incredibly impressive. Smart people amaze me. First computer is a compact Presario with a 4.8 gig hard platter. Yes, sir. Old magnesium 5 1/4 inch. Oh man, that is. We still have we have a compact Presario we bought in I think 96 or 97. It had Windows 95 on it, and that was like back in the day. I was like, oh yeah, computers are the future. It's gonna be super awesome. And you go out, you spend a bunch of money on a computer because this is a hot new thing, and you're like, man, you can type letters on this. It's so cool. And then it's like, oh hey, I remember my dad showed me the internet for the first time. It blew my mind. He's like, this is called the World Wide Web, and it's like he went to, I don't know, Lycos or something and did a search, and it pulled up results, and I was like, wow, that's awesome. Yeah, and now it's like you couldn't run anything on that computer. It's just, it doesn't even want to boot anymore. But yeah, that was a compact Presario, and I think it had oh man, it was a big deal because it had a Pentium 3 with the cartridge CPU that went into the slot, not a socket. It had like the slot loading. I think it was a 233 megahertz. It was a hot rod of a computer in the mid late 90s. Like, you probably should not have spent this much money on this, but man, we used that thing forever. Played Roller Coaster Tycoon on there, Zoo Tycoon. My sister had all those Barbie games. It was like, yeah, this is actually kind of fun. to run around and do all this stupid stuff. But man, it's just unbelievable how much computers have advanced, even in the past decade, let alone the past 30 years. It's even funnier when they're here and they can't defend themselves because they don't have a brain. That's not very nice, even if it is funny. Man, I'll tell you what. I got a stream Roller Coaster Tycoon at some point, but that game still holds up 25 years later, and the man coded it in assembly. Like, are you insane? Man, I cannot imagine. He's like, well, of course the game runs. It's made in machine language. You don't have to do all these different layers of computing. Oh man, did you ever use Veronica to search? It rings a bell. I don't think I ever personally did. Our search engine of choice was Ask Jeeves, back when it was still called Ask Jeeves, and it had the CG butler on the on the page. So we did Ask Jeeves, Alta Vista. We used Netscape Navigator because we were informed. We were up there on the tech. We used Netscape Navigator to go to all our different stuff, and we had oh man, I don't remember who. It wasn't AOL, but we had dial-up through somebody else, and I can't remember who it was. It might have been CompUSA or somebody. But man, God, that era of the internet was just amazing because, you know, people had the GeoCities, Tripod, whatever all those other free website hosts were. And like anybody could just make a page about whatever they wanted, and it was always cool. They had those awful MIDI files playing in the background. And if your computer had the good sound card, then it would sound great. If it didn't, no, it sounded terrible. But man, and now the internet is just super commercialized, he says, while playing a video game for money on YouTube. But I digress. It's I miss the old internet a lot. I think the communities we have on modern internet are also extremely good, and I think the benefits to the system we have set up right now are incalculable. However, there's something very special about the early news groups days, bulletin boards, I guess before PHP forums were a thing. It's just, I've never been able to see that kind of thing since. It's just amazing. Did you ever use a floppy disk? Yes. I used floppy disks all the time. In fact, I have on my desk next to me, I've got a stack of unused brand new floppy disks. I'm pretty sure from the early 2000s. It's like, oh yeah, these hold 1.5 megabytes. That's so much space. No, it's not. You can't even put a Word document on half of those anymore. But yeah, I used the the 3.5 is a floppy diskette. I never personally used the 5 1/4s for like personal storage, but I did play a bunch of Oregon Trail on Apple IIe's in elementary school, and of course that's on the 5 1/4 floppy disk, not diskette. But my dad had a Commodore 64, and he sold that forever ago. But he would do like programming and stuff on it, which is wild. You think of like programming now is like, oh, it's somebody who has to go like learn all this coding stuff. And you look at the older languages, like, okay, it's pretty straightforward. There's not as much you could do without doing a whole bunch of coding for it, but it's just amazing what you can come up with. Oregon Trail was really enjoyable, except when you die of dysentery, which was pretty much every time. Amazon Trail, I don't think I ever played that one. See, Oregon Trail, I played a lot of different versions of that. Let's see. Yeah, Apple School computers. We had Apple IIe's at my elementary school. And then I think when I was in, might have been like the second half of kindergarten or first grade, we got half of the computer lab upgraded to Power Macs. Might have been running Mac OS 5 or 6. This would have been, was it 96 or 97? I can't remember. But remember, it was cool. It's like, oh man, these have color displays, and you can run kid pics on them. It's like, wow. And then it's just like, what? It's like we're so excited about that. And here I am, not even playing the game. It's just so easy to get really excited about stuff. Let's put in some actual stuff here. Put that ladder in place. Go up to the top. And get this situated here. So, this is going to be where the conveyor comes up. Put a conveyor wall here. And I don't think I'm going to be able to do this from the outs or from the inside here. I might be able to reach. Conveyor lift Mark II. Can I get any further out? Wait, I have a jetpack. That's exactly what the... No! I misjudged it. I was about to say that's exactly why the jetpack exists. Alright, let's climb the pylon. That's fine. Pentium 386. Yeah, that would have been a hot rod when that was new. Alright. Put this stupid thing in. Wait. That needs to connect there. There we go. Yeah, it wasn't snapping because we didn't have anything connected to the top of it. Head out and record another episode. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. The whole reason I learned computers were because it was the schools I was afraid of breaking it. Totally played so much RuneScape. Yeah! Oh, man, I played so much RuneScape. It made my parents super mad. Because we still had dial-up at that point in time. So I was just on it all the time. Did I even hook this up correctly? I guess that's correct. No, but I made, I think it was, man, 6th grade. It was right when RuneScape 2 came out. It was when I got introduced to it. One of my friends in band said, it's like, wait, I didn't connect this correctly. We're gonna have to redo this whole thing. Man, what a pain. We'll do that later. But one of my friends said, hey, have you ever heard of this game called RuneScape? It's like you can run around and like kill monsters and stuff. Like, oh, that sounds neat. And then I played it like, wow, this is the best thing ever. Like, meanwhile, it's horrible primitive 3D graphics and bad MIDI sounds. But like, hey, you know, you're 12 years old and this is like the first game like that you've ever played. Like, this is life changing. I had a good time playing RuneScape. But yeah, I spent way too much time playing RuneScape. It was a considerable, I'm not going to say a waste because I had fun, but a considerable investment of time that maybe was ill-advised. I was never really good at the game. I didn't really get very far. I had an account from 2003, or maybe it was 2004, because at one point I made a new one. But I had an account like that for 16 years, and then it got hacked and permanently banned for macro. And you're like, oh, okay, that was a huge letdown to have that much just completely disappear. Something you've been investing multiple years of your life into. So I have an account now that is, funnily enough, much better than that one, despite this account only being a couple years old. You know, when you're a kid, you're not going to be focusing on leveling stuff up. You just want to run around and do quests and stuff. Which I guess is nice to have all that fun stuff. But I don't know. The people that are really into the game now just seem really hyper-focused on efficiency and XP waste and this and that. And they're like, man, I just want to play the game and have a good time. I don't want to think about min-maxing my clicks or anything like that. But I digress. I had thought at one time about streaming it, but then I remembered how toxic people get about backseat gaming on things like that. Like, you know what? I'm going to choose to keep my happy memories and not worry about it. RuneScape was a life-changing game. Absolutely. Oh, man, I wish... Well, actually, okay, I do not regret not getting into World of Warcraft because that has ruined people's lives. But it's one of those things that you're like, man, I wonder what it would have been like to have been part of that kind of culture. Looking back, I know that probably would have been a mistake if I had done that, but it's very, very interesting. You know what I just realized? Our construction of the versatile framework has stopped. And I'm about 90% sure that's because it ran out of steel beams. So we're going to have to Wow, they got a lot of... They got a big boost because the autosave happened while I was floating in the air. Oh, man, I had this running this entire time. So I guess let's check and see... Oh, I got a stack of modular frames. Well, that is really... That's really not good because I need these to be done. But I will take the whole stack of modular frames. That is A-okay. We'll put another... I'll put that many in there. That'll be fine. And I think I can grab most of another stack so we have enough modular frames to do things. My opinion on why they're so focused on efficiency is because they're all adults with very little free time. I think the people who are like power leveling RuneScape are probably either unemployed or they they make that their actual job, like content creators or whatever. And I realize I have literally no room to say I don't have time for that because I literally make most of my money playing video games on the internet now. But it's not an investment of time that I really think I should be doing in that game specifically. Because it's very fun to play the Beaver game. And if I'm going to use my time to play a game, I want it to be something I enjoy and that people want to watch. Also, I'm not good at combat games. I'm very bad at combat-based games. So now I have to wonder, should I just make another... Yeah, okay. I'll make another, what do you call it here? Then we'll just send the conveyor up through the floor. That'll be easier. I'm going to have to go get more iron plates. So that will... that'll make things a little bit easier. We'll just put the conveyor hole through the floor and all that stuff. I believe if I do this correctly, I can get away with right here. We'll see. Let's put this. If I connect that right there, that is not quite. I'm going to have a, what is this, a Mark? Oh, I never even hooked these up. Okay. This is going to have to be a Mark II. If I put that there, can I put a lift Mark II? Yes. Actually, that is perfect. That works. That will be quite nice. Let's get the rest of this hooked up. So Mark 3s, or Mark 3s, Mark 1s go in here. And then we'll have to get everything else hooked up like so. Oh, I'm out of iron plates. All right, let's go grab some. I can safely say you're more of a Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, that would have absolutely ruined my life. And I know you know. I had a friend in middle school who played FF11 when that was new. And he that was about the time everybody else got into RuneScape was when he was playing that. It's like, wait, you can play a game on PlayStation with a keyboard to chat with? And I was like, wow, that's cool. You know, PlayStation 2, I guess, back in that day. Way before the PS3 was a thing. But that's going to be... Yeah, this is going to have to be a Mark II belt. And that's already hooked up. Cool. So, that's going to get our ingots. I always want to say ingots weirdly. I don't know why, but... So this will come up from here. Wait, this... Okay, I'm going to have to... I'm going to have to redo the conveyor lift because it doesn't actually come up through the floor. All right. Yeah, as soon as I found out, I know, Josh, when I was talking to you about this, as soon as I found out you could, like, buy property in Final Fantasy 14, it's like, yeah, if I played this game, I would literally do nothing else with my life for 6 months. And that is, personally, for me, not advisable. Got too much other stuff to do. It certainly looks like a whole lot of fun. So that's going to work very nicely coming up here. So now we have the opportunity, since we have 4 of these, when we split out our inputs, I believe, depending on how we want to do this, I can have all 3 of these hook up here, and then this one on the very end can be for iron rods. These can be for iron plates, and we'll gather all those. Then we'll have Please don't crash. Thank you. We'll have all of these gather on the other side here. So, that being said, we're going to have to figure out how do I want to do this? I guess I'll just keep this open on the side, but I am going to have 2 of these conveyor lifts. Probably, how many is this going to produce? Oh, 15. Okay. Well, if we're already making the screws somewhere else, 15 per minute is probably going to be okay. Wait, hold on. I miscalculated. I miscalculated severely. This, oh man. All right. I'll just overclock this. It's fine. I don't want to build a second one. So now it'll make 30 per minute. That's okay. Bad at combat games? Yes, I am bad at combat games. When I played Halo 3 all the time, my average kill to death ratio was like, oh man, I don't know, 0.2. It was not good. Oh, when I say bad at combat games, like anything that involves aiming at something and shooting, I cannot do. Like real-time strategy, I guess I'm kind of okay at. I would not win competitive games, but I can play against computers usually okay. Also, don't play it. You have a life. I mean, do I? I spent a lot of time playing video games. Oh, it's worse than property. You get your own zone later called an island sanctuary, which is best described as Stardew Valley. Oh, no, that's dangerous. That is dangerous. I would absolutely die. Will you totally overload the power supply when you connect those? Most likely. This is a small factory. Don't forget, this right here is really not going to use very much power. This is overclocked, so it will use this. When this gets turned on, it might actually use about 7.5, 7.6 maybe. But this is all very low power stuff, and we also got rid of a bunch of machines over there. So we're not going to need to worry about it. It will probably be a marginal increase in usage, but we've only really, in theory, added maybe 2 or 3 machines with this. Oh, Devilish is back. Did you have a fun date? Get off a YouTube chat while you're on your date. You gotta have priorities, man. Eel roll with miso cream cheese. That sounds pretty good. I spend a lot of time watching video games, so who has more of a life? All right, I'm not going to say that's a waste of time because it's enjoyable and you get to connect with people and enjoy a sense of community. That's always worth it, in my opinion. I don't know. That's like kind of the thing, the whole traditional job culture pressure of being productive in society is never really something that ever kind of goes away for me. I always feel like, oh, I'm not being a productive contributing member of society. And I was talking to my dad about this the other day, and he was like, well, no, what are you talking about? You have a community of people that really like watching your videos and you enjoy interacting with them. That's not a waste of time. You're providing value to people. And I'm like, wow, that's really insightful. But you always forget about this kind of stuff because you have so much pressure. At least when I was growing up and where I was growing up, you have all this pressure to, like, you have to fit X, Y, Z mold. You have to do all these different things, and you have to be a productive, contributing member of the capitalist economy. And like, all right, I was like, well, then that makes me feel bad because what I do for work is I sit at my computer and I play video games. But when you reframe it from a human perspective, then it's actually a very valuable thing. And I'm thankful I get to do this with you guys. Feel that way to teach kids. Okay, look, teaching children is incredibly important. And if you're doing it responsibly and with care, then that is a very, very valuable thing. If his date is also in chat, would it be a group date? I mean, I guess. But I'm pretty sure Devilish's date is not in chat. I would imagine that's not the case. Normal is boring. Be awesome. Very fair. Also, good to see you, Mark. Imposter syndrome is brutal. It absolutely is. Debilitating. It's horrible. It never really goes away. No matter what kind of success you think you have, you're always going to be struggling with it. So I think that's going to work. Don't fall off. Okay. Should I put a conveyor wall here? I feel like I probably should. Stay on the top of this thing. I think that would make sense. Unless I just wanted to leave it open and have a catwalk, which I might want to do. I don't know. Let's get the rest of this hooked up first. But I will space it according to the conveyor wall, so let's do that. Oh, I lined it up right. Cool. So this will be a Mark II. I think it's going to... Where's my... There it is. It's going to have to be a Mark II. That can go there. Oh, I have to rotate it not that way. Nope, that's the wrong way. Come on. There we go. That will go there. I just need to line up the mergers. That's why I did that. Okay, that has to go here. Oh, it's not going to line up with this, is it? Oh, it's going to be right up against the wall. Is it going to go... No, no. Okay, I have the jetpack. I always forget. Is it going to go through the wall? I hope not. I hate it when that happens. It is not... Do not crash. Do not crash, please. Hello? I think the game crashed. Oh, come on, man. Ugh, I'm in the middle of stuff. Well, I guess you get to stare at a black screen for the next 15 seconds while the game reloads. All right, here we go again. Oh, boy. So much fun. I think my computer has become angry. Yes, early access info. Continue. Let's see how much I have to redo. I wonder if that happens on autosave. It might. Okay. All right, so maybe 2 minutes worth of work. But what I was going to say is I don't think we actually have to have this entire thing lined up with this hole. We can just kind of near when it gets down there. Just like that with the sounds included. So, if that's going to be the case, we will conveyor merger. Wait, hold on. I had the wrong one set up. There we go. We'll just have this set up pretty close to here so I can still... No, I don't have to walk around. I have that whole catwalk over there. Never mind. We'll do this nicely. We'll think about that. Okay, so that will go there. That'll go here. That'll go here. That'll go there. And then this will have to be a Mark II coming out this corner. Hopefully you guys are still in chat and you can see if you can see and hear me. Say something in chat. You need to sacrifice some lizard dogs to the corporation and then it won't crash. I mean, I honestly would not be surprised if that is a mechanic that they put into the game at some point. This game does seem to be a very, very thinly veiled criticism of capitalism. There's all sorts of fun there. But this, I don't hate this, but I think I want to make it a little bit nicer looking. Lost 2 minutes after autosave. Yep, something in chat. Okay, good. I am glad that still works. Because I would absolutely not notice until like 10 minutes later. Then people say, "Hey, you haven't been saying anything in chat for the last forever." All right, so that I could go as shallow as this, or like this. But I think what I'll do is do that so it matches. There we go. I don't hate that. I think that can be good. So this is gonna have 20. Wait, that didn't need to be Mark II. Okay, yeah, we'll mark 1. We'll mark 1 this whole thing. But it's only 60 coming out of these and then 30 coming out of this. All right. Hopefully the bit rate still looks fine. I haven't really thought about that, but this will come down and then oh, you know what we can do? Use the jetpack to avoid fall damage. This can come down and go into a couple of different storage containers. And then we can have the truck entrance. Actually, this is a bad spot for it, but we we can just have this whole thing be set up right here. I think that'll work pretty nicely. Do I have enough room to have a walkway? Not really. If I wanted to move it, I probably could, but that'll be fine. Oh, man, I dislike how, wait, hold on. Is that facing the wrong way? It absolutely is. I dislike how buried in the ground this is, but we don't really have much of an option, do we? Sound and video streaming, okay, excellent. Is this crucial infrastructure? It is. We will have to route power some other way. Actually, we don't even need this anymore because we have these pylons. Is this going to be too close to the building? Okay, that's going to be pretty close, but I think we'll live. That'll be fine. All right, so this... I think we can live with this. I think we can be pretty reasonably happy with it. Having a good time, good. As long as you're not ignoring your date to talk with me in chat, that'll make me feel really bad. But that should be fine. So if I have containers here, honestly, I don't need to have these separated, I don't think. I can just have them merge into the single industrial storage container, and then we can have that go out to a truck station if we so choose. Because these will hold a lot. The industrial storage containers will hold plenty. And I imagine we're going to be using enough of this where it's probably not going to fill up. So if that's coming out here, we can have this, I believe, that is going to center nicely right there. Oh, but that's going to be really, really close. I wonder, can I get away with, can I get away with this? Let's try this. Oh, it doesn't line up. Okay. Oh, but we can fix that. We can, I can fix that. We can go ahead and just move this over. Man, Holes is such a great movie. Dule Hill, fantastic actor. All right, this I think is the correct height. Let's check this again. Okay. Yeah, buddy, look at look at this. Look at this. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Look at this. It should not be this much fun. It really should not, but that friends, that is efficient factory design. That is... I thought I heard a noise in the attic. Probably a squirrel in there trying to find nuts or something. Well, probably not going to find too many nuts in the attic of a house, but I digress. It should be this much fun. Okay, fair enough. But now we have a very small, very simple, after an hour of sitting here, very small, very simple, basic iron factory. And we just have to enclose everything, make it look nice. And I think we'll be in good shape. Do we have enough silicone? No, we're going to need to make some more. But now I have enough space. I believe I can pick this stuff up off the ground. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Honestly, a lot of this is probably just going to go straight into the recycler because we're already making so much of it. But we'll see. We'll see what kind of... okay, I don't have enough room for this. There we go. I am also going to have to go check on our constructors here. All right. Iron ore, all these extra iron things I'm not going to worry about because we have plenty of that going on. How are we looking here? Okay, we still have a bunch of steel beams. Good. So that will... we're going to need to go get more, but we can very easily. So I will just go ahead, since we don't need the Mark IIIs. I'll put another 200 in there. That should work nicely there. And there we go. So now that this is all... well, okay, not all cleaned up. Okay, we're gonna have to do another stopover at the recycler here. We'll get it done, though. Anything else? Oh, there we go. 2 more of these. I think that's all the remnants of our spaghetti disaster over here. This looks so much better without having this mess in the way. Man, that is such a huge improvement. And we can add more of these platforms and elevate our base. Kind of connect these all together. Yeah, the thing that's really going to bug the snot out of me is that this space elevator is not on the grid. Not on the grid. Whereas this is. So we're gonna have to see what we can do. But I will build a proper platform for this. I don't know what elevation. Honestly, it might make sense to just have this be connected to this whole thing. But this right here is looking quite nice. You should power up the miner in one of each of those as a test. I mean, I don't need to test it. I already know it's going to work. We have plenty of room. These keep cycling on and off because I pulled items out. But we are making plenty of power. Although I thought... Huh. Are the coal plants cycling? They might be. Where's my car? Here, let's go check that out. We might have to check on the integrity of our coal power. Because that could be an issue. Why did I do that? Okay, so our water pumps are all water pumping. Except the center one. Did I just not turn that on? Okay, no, it's going. So it's actually bottlenecked. The water is bottlenecked. Is that because we don't have a high enough flow rate? Or is it because... Why, we haven't researched Mark II pipe logistics yet. So let's take a look at our pipe here. Okay, it's flowing. It seems to me like it's reaching 300 every once in a while. I have not built batteries yet. That is something I wanted to do, but then got distracted. We will build some of those at some point, hopefully today. But I just want to check and make sure that this is producing real quick. Don't hit that. All right, good. Okay, so this is... Oh, this was storing coal for our mess over there. So this is actually... Wait, why is this turned off? Why did I do that? I'm sure there's an actual reason why I did it, but... I guess it was because I was consuming too much water. 50 cubic meters a minute. Oh, that's why, because the pipes couldn't supply it. I didn't have enough pipe bandwidth. Because it can only do 300 flow rate cubic meters per minute. So that theoretically can handle 6 of these. And I have 8. So that's why those are turned off. Until I have Mark II pipes, I can't handle any more than that. Because these are staying nice and full. It's consuming 45 cubic meters per minute. So in theory, I could run a 7th one at a very reduced clock speed. But I've not messed with that. So if I am correct, yep, that one is running. Then this one should also be running. And then the 7th one here is idle because it was consuming too much. If I just decrease this, I can have this, if I have 5 times 6, 30. Let's put this up to 23 cubic meters. See if it still has enough water to actually run stuff. Because it would be nice to have just a tiny bit more power. So I think that can keep up for right now. Should be alright. It's making another 37.5 megawatts, which I guess is going to work just fine. Flow rate's being kept up. Water pipe is fine. Alright. We'll leave that alone. I don't know why. Oh, I bet the oil area is clogged up with something. Well, it's about time for us to go and do another harvest of stuff there anyway. I bet it filled up with rubber. That was one of the problems I was going to run into. Each time you put in a four-way split, it will literally split with the sources. You want to have a buffer every now and then to help gather water source again. I do have I have a fluid buffer on the other side of the building. I'm pretty sure I put one of those in. I probably need more than what I have. Let's be real here, but don't crash again. Come on. Come on. Son of a biscuit-eating bulldog. All right, can I like actually find out why this is doing this? Factory game. Win64 shipping. Hex code I don't know how to read. Engine, runtime, etc. See, I don't know. DXGI error device removed. Oh, well, that's not good. That's a graphics card thing. You got to 88 kilometers per hour. You broke the time barrier in Canada. Yes. Yes, that is exactly what has happened. Oh, man. Does it cause a crash report? Yes, and I've been submitting them. And I can go back and look at them. But the thing at the very top is DXGI device removed, which is the graphics card having a communication problem. So I always knew that the graphics card was having some fun times. But we're going to ride this as long as we can. And then when it finally dies, I guess I get to have a... oh, wow, we're several minutes back. But we didn't actually build anything, so that's fine. We already checked, and I guess the only thing that we're going to lose is that I turned on one of those other ones. But we're not out of power, so I'm not going to be worried about it. Did I really just get this thing stuck? All right, good. Treat it like an N64. Take it out and blow it. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to take out my graphics card and blow in the PCI Express slot. Although, honestly, if it's dirty in there, that probably would help. No, it's just the hardware is a little old. Well, 4 years old for computer components technically isn't ancient, but I've put this graphics card through a lot. I've done almost 700 YouTube videos rendering. I've played a couple thousand hours of games on it. Beginning of the pandemic, I ran folding at home on it for a couple weeks. Try and do research, or help them do research with protein sequencing or whatever. No idea if that actually helped or not, but it made me feel like I was being helpful, so that was nice. And then for a very, very brief period of time, I was mining Ethereum for like 5 days. And then I figured out, well, this is actually costing me more money. But I don't know. I guess cryptocurrency story time. I generally think most of that is a huge waste of time. But in 2013, when Dogecoin was created as a joke, I was running my old computer, my previous one, that I made my first couple YouTube videos on. I had a crossfire pair of AMD Radeon 7850s with a whopping 2 gigabytes of graphics memory apiece. And I mined Dogecoin for a weekend. I had 80,000 of them by the end of Sunday night. Because if you know anything about cryptocurrency, when you do the work, or the graphics card or the computing unit does the actual computational work, when you first start out, it's a lot easier for it to hash everything, and you get X amount of reward based on X amount of work put in, and then every so often it halves how much you get, and it doubles the difficulty, whatever. So artificial scarcity, I don't know exactly how the thing works, but because I was so early into this, I was just able to get an insane amount of this joke meme currency. So I had 80,000 of them, which at the time I cashed out was worth about $120 US. So I cashed those out, and I bought myself a brand new Seagate. No, it wasn't Seagate. Was it Western Digital or was it Seagate? It was a Caviar Black. Whoever makes those, I think that was Western Digital. But I bought a Caviar Black 1 terabyte mechanical hard drive, which was the new hotness back in the day. It was like, wow, you have a terabyte hard drive. So that's what my 80,000 Dogecoin went to, was a mechanical hard drive that is still in this computer. I have it disconnected. It's the coldest of cold storage for old project files and stuff. But had I not done that, and had I held on to those 80,000 Dogecoin until the peak of their value 1 week before Elon went on SNL last summer or 2 years ago, I could have sold them for almost $70,000 US. But I didn't. I bought a $100 hard drive in 2013. So that's what I did with all that. That's my fun financial regret story for the stream, I guess. Suffice to say, cryptocurrency mining on consumer hardware is a huge waste of time at this point. But yeah, it was funny back then because they made Dogecoin as a way to make fun of people who were really into Bitcoin and Litecoin and Feathercoin, all the other stuff that was popular back then. And everyone's like, oh, look at these idiots making their computer do math. And like, oh, wait, I can actually, like, I can do this for a weekend and make $100? Absolutely, I'm going to do this. And then never do it again. And joke's on me, I could have made a ton of money, but that's what it is. Yeah, it's funny. Oh, what a life, huh? Anyway, the rubber is why this is not currently running. So we do have to grab a couple more stacks of this stuff. Oh, I guess I can only have one more stack. So that's going to be fun. I gotta recycle. Gotta recycle some of this, but I don't have wait, I've got this thing. I can just pile a bunch of rubber in here. It's not like it's going to ever fill up with the stuff. All right. Let's do that. So anyway, the point I was going to get into was that when this graphics card dies, it's going to be a very bad time because I'm going to have to replace it with something that's going to probably cost me like $1,300, which might not be a lot of money to some of you, but that's almost as much as it cost me to make this computer in the first place. So I'm not too keen on spending that kind of money, even if I can use it as a tax-deductible business expense. I still have to spend the money. That's not a very fun thing. Well, it is fun to get nice new toys, but I digress. I've got a lot of other stuff I really should be paying for instead. So let's see if this increases our... Okay, I just heard one of these turn back on. Let's check our power stats here. Yeah, it's going to be buffering for a little bit because it can't quite make enough. I might have to shut the valve for... Oh, there is no valve for this, for the packager. I'm just going to have to turn this off. So we can help our generators actually turn back on. What color are you going to paint your new trucks? I haven't really thought about it. I know there is a way to... I don't know where it is for... oh, here it is. Yeah, you can change the colors of all this stuff. The main... it's not in this menu, but there is some way to change the color of all the buildings by default, and then, of course, you can manually paint those. So I was actually going to ask you guys what you would like to see. I probably, if left to my own devices, I'm going to pick some shade of blue. Probably, because that is, in my opinion, the best color, but I just haven't messed with it yet. But we could color code trucks, because you can individually paint things. So when we get to that point, I guess we can figure it out. So let's check and see what our flow on the pipe is here. Yeah, I'm going to have to let this catch up, because I got to make sure that this gets full up. It's very not full currently, but at least it doesn't shut down anymore. Purple's the best color. Purple's a pretty good color. That's a lot of poison gas up there. I think with the amount of stuff we took out of this container, we should be able to let this run for maybe another hour or so. Plaid. I like plaid. I cannot paint things plaid, unfortunately. I believe I'm going to have to grab another... Did that just move the car when I did that? No. Okay. I'm going to grab another stack of the fuel and put it in the car. Because at some point... yeah. I need to make sure Jetpack has full fuel. At some point, this is going to run out of the biofuel, and then I'll have to slot the packaged fuel in place. and that'll be fine. But now we can come back, and then later on we can come back and fix this if my graphics card survives. Oh, I guess I have another Bitcoin story I can tell you guys. You absolute fool. Spaghetto. I swear to God, man. What is wrong with you? No, I'm just, I'm going to leave you here. I can't take 45 minutes to take you back home again. So I guess we have to make additional enclosures now, because Spaghetto is an escape artist. Or Houdini. I don't know why I wanted to call it Houdini. That's... Oh, man. Houdini would be a great name for an art thief. like an escape artist who steals art or something. Or a painter or whatever. That's stupid puns. But now that the power is actually running to the degree that it's probably supposed to, I think we can finish our iron factory and get it all hooked up. So we'll try that. But the other Bitcoin story. When I was in college, there's a guy who lived in the floor above me. Maybe it was two... Oh, no, it was 2 floors above me. He was on the 5th floor. I was on the 3rd floor. And our rooms were directly below and above each other's. And he had, in the year 2011, he had an Antec Landboy Air case, which, if you've been around the computer space for a while, you're going to remember that case was a huge meme when it came out, because it's literally all just mesh panels and a ton of fans. And it had handles in the top, which is why they called it the LAN Boy, because you could take it to LAN parties back when those were still a thing. And it integrated carrying case handles, and it had this interesting kind of, actually almost looked like Satisfactory vibe with the painted skeleton of the case and the black mesh everywhere. But anyway, this guy had in his computer, he had 4 cross-fired video cards back when Crossfire was a thing. I believe they were AMD 5830s, which was not a high-end card. It's like a low mid-tier card, but he had 4 of them. He had 4 of them in one computer, and he had them all cross-fired together. And he was mining Bitcoin in the dorm at school, where we did not pay for electricity, and there's no tracking or anything, because this back when they didn't do that. They did not meter electricity. They did not meter internet. So he was just 24/7 the whole year. He had that computer on, mining Bitcoin with 4 GPUs. This was 2011. Nobody knew what Bitcoin was. Nobody knew what it was, except the extreme nerds. And the Bitcoin really wasn't worth very much. It might have been, I don't know, $40 a piece or something, which, at that point in time when you're 18, 19 years old, that's a lot of money. For your computer to do fake math, for you to just get money out of it. Like, all right, sure, whatever. But we kind of made fun of him for that. But then, hindsight's 2020. You take a look back at that when, I think, was it 2016 or whatever, when the first time Bitcoin got really expensive. I don't know, I want to say it was like $16,000 a piece or something. And I just thought back to this guy. I'm like, you know what? If he kept all those, he could have like over $1 million in fake computer math. Like, I mean, I haven't talked to this guy in over a decade, so I'm going to have to like look him up and ask him about this, because could you imagine having your computer do that for like a year or two and just holding on to it? Even if that very first peak, when it was $16,000 a piece, before it got to 30 or 50 or whatever it ended up being, and you had, I don't know, 10 of those, 10, 15, 20 of those, you sell that, you buy a house cash. Like, who wouldn't do that? That's just, man, that is just wild me. I gotta find out what happened to that guy. But we'd play games all the time. That was a lot of fun, living with people in a college dorm. Had a lot of fun. We went and bought. This reminded me when Josh was talking about the compact Presarios at the beginning of the stream. We went on Craigslist. I don't know why we did this, but we found a guy selling a bunch of old rack mount servers from like 1998 that were also compact Presarios, or they were like some sort of like variant of that. It was a Presario Pro Liant or something like that. But each of these were like 7 rack units each. and they ran like Windows NT server or something stupid like that. But so we got in my car and we drove out to this guy's house, and suburb name withheld, Metro Atlanta, and and we gave him like $120, and we got 4 of these stupid servers. Like, why did we buy this? But we ended up we took him back to the dorm. We took all the parts out because we're gonna try and do some sort of, I think we wanted to make like a really cool Minecraft server or something. That's when that was like a brand new thing, and you literally could not play multiplayer unless you hosted your own server. And I was tired of having it on my desktop because then it would crash and the world would get corrupted or whatever. So we take all this stuff out, and we found out that each of these machines had like 1.5 gigabytes of RAM, which, you know, in the late 90s was insane. It's an insane amount of memory. Because I think my personal computer, my quote unquote family's personal computer we bought in the mid 90s, might have had 32 megabytes of RAM, which was a nutso amount for a personal computer. But these servers have like, I don't know, 16 RAM slots apiece, multiple processors, and 10 SCSI hard drive bays. We're like, wow, this is an insane amount of stuff in here. So, but then, you know, the grand scheme of things, 1.5 gigabytes of RAM in 2011 was not enough. Not enough for a computer. Could not run Minecraft very well on it. So we were summarily defeated by that. So we used them as file servers, because we had I think each one of those machines ended up having 30 gigabytes worth of hard drive space, which again, in 2011 is basically nothing. But in the late 90s would have been like incredibly expensive enterprise level stuff. So yeah, we had those stupid things. I had a stack of hard drives in my dorm room I kept tripping over because we pulled so many of them out of there. But I think I gotta find out what I did with that thing, but I think it's got some, I think they had 4 processors apiece. Like, these things are just stupid, completely unnecessary. But I was going to turn mine into a coffee table with a glass top and use it, not like actually store anything on it, but like figure out some sort of interesting thing to do with it. The other guy I lived with, not the Bitcoin guy, but the other guy I lived with actually did turn his into a coffee table. I don't know if he still has it. That's like the kind of thing a significant other sees and just like throws away because it's so stupid without even asking you. But I digress heavily. Let's finish this stupid thing so I can stop. Oh, I was going to make silica. I completely forgot. We could do all this other stuff. So I did not have slots for it. Let's do... Oh, I can only make 5? All right, cool. Now I got to go find all my quartz crystals. All right, back in the car we go. Is anybody actually still in chat? Nobody said anything in like 7 minutes. I don't know if you get bored to death from my stupid stories of shenanigans, or if everyone just got disconnected. Do I really not have any silica? Oh, jeez. That's going to be a pain. I do not have any silica. That's a problem. Which means I've got to go... Oh, man, I got to go get some now. Because I turned these into quartz crystals, because I was going to make stuff in the MAM, or the equipment thing, whatever it's called. All right. We gotta put some stuff in the compactor here. Okay, good. Still here. So I'm just an insane person talking to myself. Got it. That's fine. What else can I put in here? Oh, no. Not all those. Not all those. I just wanted to put a couple. Okay, the coal can go in. I don't need that. All right, I think that's fine. Let's go grab some more silica, because I'm going to have a lot of that to make glass. And I believe if we check on our map, I've got to get off of this first. The silica, I think, was over here. Yes, the quartz. All right. So that's fine. It bugs me how that stupid lizard doggo teleports over the oil field every time. That's the way it goes. We need to, at some point, set up truck transport for the quartz. That probably would be a more worthwhile endeavor to get locked down than what I was talking about before, because this is a considerable distance away. The only problem is that we'd have to build a highway, or we'd have to use the tractor that's really slow, and then manually assign the route. But I think that would be doable. And if my computer can survive, then I think we'll be able to get it done. So these are geysers, and our quartz is over here. Oh, good. I still have the miners here. But we've got to set something up here where these things can just, you know, go away and not be respawned. That's an alpha hog. I got to kill this thing without getting killed. Yeah, I'm not good at combat, in case you hadn't guessed. This is just always a mess. When I first started playing this game, I would die to these things all the time. Come on. Alright, I'm not going to pick up the hog remains unless I already have one. I don't see that, so I guess I don't. Alright, portable miner. Grab all. Grab all. Yeah, the 400 of these is, I guess, a decent bit for right now, but we really need to have a miner set up here and here. Are these normal, or are these pure, or what? Normal, okay. We really just need to be accumulating this and then go, I am going to pick this up, and then have them transferred on a truck or something. Or just build a really, really long conveyor belt. But I think we could manage to, every time it autosaves, it scares me, could manage to have a pretty decent, if slow, transportation for that. We'll get it figured out. We just have a whole lot to keep up with. Are these all running? Okay, that one's shut off. Why? Is that out of water? Well, it shouldn't be, because I didn't modify any of the stuff here. Okie dokie. Now the fun part, making silica. How much silica can I make? I scrolled right past it. 670. All right, so we'll just set that to go for a second here. All right, what kind of nonsense? This could take a while. So what all are you guys up to, aside from watching me play Satisfactory on a Saturday afternoon? Still here too? All right, cool. Since I asked what's going on, 3 people dropped stream. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Yeah, not too much we can do until we get this ironed out. But, oh, you know what we probably need to do is go get more steel beams for our versatile frameworks, because I think that has stopped as well. We'll do that in a little bit here. How many is that going to be? 2 stacks? Just about. All right, we'll go ahead and do that right now, since I have the space for it. Also, kind of breaks up the monotony of the same thing over and over and over again. Cinnabons and biscuits just went into the oven. That sounds good. I got to figure out what I'm going to cook for dinner in a couple hours, but we're not quite there yet. I got enough stuff to keep me occupied here for quite some time. All right, I've got 4 slots. Let's grab our beams. Do I have any storage in the car? No. Oh, I already have 4 beams in the car. Perfect. Well, we will, we'll just make this work. Gotta love J-turns. So we will get this iron factory, there it is. We'll get that buttoned up, get it operating, and then once that is done, I think we'll be in a pretty good spot for... Why is there a crate over here? There shouldn't be a crate over here. Is that because I removed something and I just forgot about it, or what? Huh. How did I not notice this before? Oh, okay. Okay, I know what that's from. We'll go back and fix that. Well, we'll get that automated, and then I believe we'll be able to clean up a little bit more of this stuff. Yeah, I think this is... Yep, stopped because no steel beams. We really, really need to get steel beams brought over here. And that was why I wanted to have the whole thing with the trucks. Now, where's my car? Here it is. Yeah, I'll just grab all these. In fact, since I already have the pipes... Okay, I can't hold all this at once. But we can find something to do with those. So I'm not really going to need to have that many, I don't think. But I also don't need to just recycle for the sake of recycling. That's kind of wasteful. Well, it's not wasteful. You end up using the coupons anyway, but we'll get it figured out. 3 alien DNA capsules. That'll get us maybe 1 more coupon. And clear up some space. There we go. Okay, never mind. It only got us a little bit. But the rest of this, I think will be okay. Where's my car? Yeah, we can go back to what we were previously doing. Making silica so we can make walls here. Do I have enough? Yes, I do. Do I have enough concrete? I will need to get another thing of concrete. And then let's not forget we're still trying to do monorail research, which I get completely sidetracked for. That's fine. It's part of the game. Part of what we're doing. Okay, so we need to put walls around all of this and figure out how it's going to connect to everything else. That's all looking fine. Frame windows, my beloved. Put into zoop mode. No. There we go. You know what? I should just climb this. That'll be easier. I always forget I have these things here. Okay. Oh, don't fall off the edge. That will work out nicely on the top here. Then we will need, I believe... I think... Why is this not... there we go. I believe that is not quite tall enough. Let me stand on top of this. Okay, the tops of those will stick out. So I will leave 1 more right here. All right, and then did we decide those windows need to be east facing for morning sunlight? That's how I think that's how all these are. Well, with the exception of that, that's how all these are set up. So if that's going to be the case, we'll do ramp walls like so. And that should allow us to do just about everything else we had thought about. Why am I still moving? Okay. I love how it says press to configure, but there's no options to configure. It's just watching that. All right. So that's set up there. The base of this needs the basic wall. And then that'll go all the way down into the ground. You're not going to be able to see that one, so I'll just do 3. All right. I think that's going to be fine. I don't think we can really do anything with the underneath of here, so I'm not going to worry about it. Just get this hooked up like so. And then, Yeah, this will be a-okay just to have this set up like so. Maybe at some point we end up doing some other decoration, but I think for right now this is fine. Okay, can't really see anything underneath here, but this is going to bug me if I know it's a space that I could have attached. Maybe it's not going to let me. Can I do it from down here? No? Okay, well I guess we have to leave that alone then. Yeah. There's a little bit of space in here. Let's grab this before we close this up. What is this? Is that the light from the car, or is that just... No, it's not light from the car. I guess it's just a weird lighting glitch. Alright, we'll just seal this up forever. Ignore it. That goes there. That goes there. That goes there. Actually, you know what? No, this is fine. This is fine, because I can just make this a platform for the trucks outside and have the truck station set up, and this can just be a nice little entrance in here. All right, so let's come over here and seal up this side of the building. I believe I can get that to sit nicely. Get up on top of this. Yeah, and then we'll have to do all of our wiring, but that's not going to be hard. Get that hooked up, and we'll be good to go. This side, not too keen on burying that in the grass. That's literally not even grass; it's just dirt. But we'll get it figured out. So I will need to put in catwalks and stuff. But I need to get up to the top. Let's go to the ladder. We'll just do this corner, I guess. Invalidating location. Nope, nope, nope. Go in the corner. There you go. Good job. Guess we'll stand on top of this little pylon thing. That works. We are going to run out of silica probably pretty quick here. I'm not going to be able to click on this until I have the roof panels in place. Under architecture, yes, that's what I want. All the way across. Is that all the way across? I think I didn't go all the way, but we'll get that figured out. Click here. I actually should check and see if that's gone all the way over. And then remember what the amount is. Okay, that needs one more here. It could actually need two more. No, that's enough. All right, so that is how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we'll say 7. Come on. Aim. Aim correctly. Really? Really? Aim. There you go. What did we cite? 7? There we go. One more. There we go. And now we got to do the windows. The windows and the walls, etc. Oh, come on. So as long as I can just get a tiny, tiny crack at the base of this. There we go. That's what I wanted. All right, and then I think I can reach all the rest from up here. Ah, I'm out of iron plate. Okay, let's go get some more of that. So we've used all the iron plates. That's a problem. Okay, I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to fix that because I turned all these machines on and didn't start the other stuff up. I have iron stuff to make iron ingots. Do I have? Okay, good. I can still make some. That was gonna be a problem if I could not do that. Water is good, kids. I say to a chat that probably has people my exact same age or older. I think we should be able to get away with only having about 200 of these plates. That should be all right. All right. So it's 145. Do I have... oh, I have iron ore I can turn into ingots. Let's do that. And then we can come back down here and make those plates as soon as they've finished all of those. And there we go with that. Shouldn't take long. There we go. All right, so now I should have enough to take care of the rest of this. If I don't, that's going to be a huge pain because now I'm going to have to make all of those manually since our iron factory is not hooked up yet. But the reason I had to put the walls in first is so I could do the wiring, which I believe I have all the stuff for. Yes, okay. So I don't have to put all 4 walls in. I just need to have walls in. All right, so these, come on. These connect from here. So I think the best thing for us to do is going to be to put one of these Mark IIs in the ceiling. I am not going to have it go through the floor, though, because I think that looks tacky. So if I do right here, that is more or less right in the middle of all 4 of these. So that will that'll go there. Get this guy plugged in as well, and that guy plugged in. And then this will probably need to be plugged in upstairs so it doesn't go through the floor. The game doesn't really care, though. So what I will do is I will send this to be connected outside, right like so. And that will be how power gets into the building. I just have to have... actually, no. No, we're going to put the exterior connection on that side because that's where the pylon is. That makes more sense. But I will put the Mark II wall outlet here so we can connect to the upper floor that way. So we'll go over here. Too bad you can't set the bench to make X of something so you have a minute to walk away from the keyboard to do something elsewhere in the house. Well, you can also just hold it down, or well, it's a toggle now. Wait, what is this graphical glitch right here? That's weird. It is toggleable, but yeah, if you could set like a specific one, that would be nice. Don't tell me I can't. Oh, I'm gonna have to go down there and connect. Yeah, because it's not gonna let me connect to this. But that is where the one on the bottom floor is. Okay. This will end up being probably makes the most sense for this to be right here in the middle at the corner of the ceiling. Yeah, we'll do that. Connect to these here, and here, and here, and here. Come on. There we go. So these machines are connected. The only thing that's not connected is this. You know, I might actually connect that on this wall. That would be cleaner. Oh, hey, Kurt's here. What's up? Kind of lack of pinging in Discord. I didn't do that, did I? Oh, that sucks. That would have been probably a smart choice to actually, you know, let people know I was going live. Oh man, that's a blunder, as the chess world would say. Frame windows. Do I even want to put frame windows at the very bottom here? I'll just put basic walls along this entire thing. That'll work. And then we'll just do the windows on the next level up. But it's good to see you. Go who? What's up, man? Thought I'd just pop in a bit before work. Yep. I've been quite not that much active in other stuff. But good to see you. We're just playing some Satisfactory. and making ourselves a little iron processing area. All right. We've got enough, I believe, to finish the rest of these. Did I do this one already? I did. Okay. So now I'm going to be out of iron plates, but that wall is closed in. It's a whole lot of glass. I probably should have actual walls here. But this should work. Now I can actually connect here. I'm not going to have a wire strung all the way across, but if I come down this side, I could do one from here, I think, just off to the side. And that will work out nicely. I don't need all these to be Mark II wall outlets, honestly. Probably could be fine with just having them be Mark Is. But you know what they say. Anything worth doing is worth overdoing. So this will go, I think... Is that too low? It might actually be too low. Yes, that needs to be right here. Okay. That'll work. I will plug the... Oh, look how clean... Look how nice and clean that is. All right. That works. See Devilish share the undeniable truth of purple being the best color. It's a good color. Okay, that wire goes through the machine, but I don't think I care. I think that's fine. So I'm going to now have this wire go into the corner, and I think that is how we will connect to the outside. Is just right like that. So that will go here. Now that's connected, and then we just have to go to the outside, string that up to the pole, and then this whole thing can power on. I think it's set up perfectly to just automatically go as soon as we have everything connected. Oh, there's only 3 connections. Oh, there's one on the bottom. Is that gonna play nice? I'm not in love with that, honestly. I'm not. Oh, I gotta get that cleaned up a little bit. But for right now, it'll work to get everything hooked up correctly. So that, if that is hooked up through there, I feel like these pylons can go away because that's connected to that. And then this is connected up here, but I don't think it's connected to all this. So maybe we just leave this alone for the time being and figure out everything else. But the smelters are going, and we've got stuff going up the stairs. I still need to put walkways in, but I think that's going to be fine. Oh, I was going to put a walkway here. That's why I didn't. That's why I didn't want to put that there. But I guess it's fine. It is what it is. We'll be okay. But this needs to be a wall. We don't have enough iron to do that. But we'll get that fixed because guess what? This factory's making it, so that'll be okay. I do want to fix the ramp walls here. There we go. And then we just put windows everywhere else. I wonder if I can unlock a window that's like that half wedge. I'm not sure. We'll get it figured out. But I do think I like this. The windows facing east seems to be pretty smart, fun thing. That building is going to be annoying to do that with because there's going to be so many rows of it, but that'll be fine. We'll get it figured out. Might end up putting a second floor, third floor, whatever it is going to be over there. But now we can watch kind of from the outside because I don't have the things. They haven't started making anything up top. So I wonder why. Is it just not activated yet? Or did I not? I might not have connected those. Let's go check on that real quick. Because I figured it would, you know, be... No, okay, no, that... It goes up there. Is the logistics stuff not hooked up? No, it's hooked up. Oh, I didn't connect the... I didn't connect the power to the bottom floor. Okay, hold on. Let's go back down here. This has to connect. That's why I didn't do it. That's why I didn't do it, because it has to go underneath all the way to, where is it? Right here. There we go. Now it should be going. Cool. So now we're cooking. Get these things going. Plates come out, and then we have it's already, oh, I didn't connect this. That was a mistake. Let's take care of that. Is this perfect right here? That works. As long as this can go down, I think we're okay. It looks like it is going down. Yep, cool. So I guess we didn't really need this frame wall here for the conveyor belts, but I think that's going to be fine. This arm here kind of pokes through everything, so it's not really ideal. But now that we're actually making components of things, I think we should be in decent shape. So I wonder. Obviously, this is going to the iron plates are going to outpace the rods, but they're managing to keep up reasonably well, at least for the time being. Well, I wonder if because the rods got a little bit of a later start, if they'll catch up. They shouldn't catch up because the rods are being made at a rate of 30 per minute and the plates are being made at a rate of 60 per minute. So it should theoretically be perfectly doubled. But we don't really need to worry about that so much. It is connected. It is working. Let's check our power stats. Oh yeah, we're fine. If everything was running, we'd need 1,000 megawatts, which we obviously do not have, but everything is not running because half of my factories are sitting idle. So we'll get that situated. The screw factory is currently paused. Well, it's not paused, it's just out of space because we don't have any logistics going through that. But yes, 2.5 hours later, we can finally go back and start doing more for the monorail technology. We're going to have to do a little bit more cleaning up here. It doesn't matter which crafting bench we use because they all work the same. But I need to make some room in my inventory. I need copper sheets to make circuit boards. I don't have copper sheets. I have to get raw copper, which we have plenty of stored over here. We really should automate this, honestly. But we have yet to do so. So give me 4 of those. And we'll just set this to run. Make some copper sheets. That doesn't take too terribly long. Did rebuilding that conveyor belt of stuff make a box of stuff? Huh? Oh, are you talking about the crates? I think it shouldn't have, but we'll go check in a minute. Yeah, when I have my the image in my head of the Netherlands, outside of the really stereotypical stuff we get fed all the time about the tulips and the windmills, is rain. Rain and well, that's a lot of Europe, especially England. I just think of it rains all the time. El Nino. That's the yeah, that's the climate thing that causes the winds to move the warm air further north to the latitudes that Europe is in. It's going to be interesting if that ever ends up changing in a substantial way and makes Europe unfarmable. Interesting is probably not the correct word there. More like a horrible humanitarian crisis, but you know how it goes. Yeah, but the El Nino is a very cyclical thing, depending on ocean temperatures and currents. I love it when people just send me random stuff. One of the guys I used to live with does miniature painting. He sent me a picture. He painted a I don't know what scale this is. I'm assuming it's for D&D, but it's just a cat. It's just a house cat on like a little stand thing. Like, that's cute. I shouldn't. Okay. I'm laughing at this not because it's actually very good, but it's funny because he specifically painted the cat's butt the little X. Oh, amazing, amazing, amazing. He's not in chat. I don't think he watches my videos, but well done, person I cannot name in live stream. Don't really understand weather phenomenons, to be honest. Don't worry, most of us don't either. Although I did, in middle school, place in the State Science Olympiad for meteorology. I don't remember most of it anymore, but it's very interesting. Like air currents and convection, high pressure, low pressure areas creating wind and all that stuff. Very, very interesting stuff to study. I could not tell you specifics about most of it anymore, but it's amazing how everything is just connected to other stuff in the atmosphere, the environment, and all the different things like that. I know enough to appear smart in front of people who are even less knowledgeable than me. That is the easiest way to get ahead in life. Yes, I'm the exact same way in so many things. Like, wow, you know a lot of stuff. No, I don't. I used Google 5 minutes ago, and I read what it told me. We get a lot of rain where I live, in the southeastern U.S., but it's very inconsistent. Like we can have 2 weeks with no rain, and then the next week it'll rain every single day, and we'll get half an inch of rain every day, or 1 inch of rain, and sometimes we'll get an inch of rain in an hour. You just never know. El Nino, La Nina, I believe, are the ocean currents off the Chile coast. I don't know exactly where they are. You're probably right, but yeah, it is ocean currents and different ocean convection, temperature change, and stuff like that. So that's why when you have warm ocean, it causes a lot of hurricanes, and it can change like weather patterns and stuff. Autosave, yes. Getting stuck in hail, yes, it is. I don't know if I told this story in stream or not, but when we drove out west to go see family over the holidays, my dad and I were driving back in somewhere in, I want to say, New Mexico on Interstate 10. We're driving east at, I don't know what highway speed is, and then we immediately, out of nowhere, zero visibility, super hailstorm. The hail's like the size of quarters. So like, okay, we need to get off the road. But it just came out of nowhere. And then 5 minutes later, you keep driving and you're out of it. And then, of course, you stop and get food, and then you see the dark clouds. Like, we need to get back in the car now and keep going. But then we got like another couple hours down the road, and then I was getting Google News alerts or whatever for like catastrophic hailstorm damage in the town that we were just in. Like, okay, I'm glad we left. But no, hail it's very very dangerous to drive through because it'll break your windows and damage your car and all that, especially at highway speed. If you put a gun to my head and asked me, does it ever rain or hail in New Mexico, I'd probably say once every 500 years. Okay, so the thing with the southeastern U.S. is most of it is scrubland. I say southeastern, southwestern. Whatever, southwestern U.S., which would be New Mexico, Arizona, West Texas, and the very eastern part of Southern California, the high desert they call it. It does rain there. It does not get a lot of rain, but it does rain. And when it does rain, it tends to be a lot all at once for a short period of time. That's why you'll have desert flooding. Like Las Vegas had a lot of problems with it. Southern California had a lot of problems with it. But the ground cannot absorb moisture because it's dry. And there's all sorts of people in you who've explained this much better than I could possibly articulate it. But it's one of those things where it doesn't have the capacity to absorb water because it doesn't have water in the soil already. It's kind of hard to explain. But it'll just dump a whole bunch of rain all at once, and then it causes catastrophic flooding, erosion, whatever, and then all the water goes away. And it doesn't rain for like another couple weeks. A lake in Death Valley. Well, there normally is a lake in Death Valley. It's just not consistent size or whatever. But that was a big thing. I think last summer, Death Valley had that. Well, I don't know, 3-4 days a week maybe with torrential rain, which for Death Valley standards is like, okay, you got like 2 inches in a day, which, don't get me wrong, is a lot of rain. But that kind of thing happens where I live, maybe a couple times a month in the summer. But they're not prepared to handle that much rain, which is why it always becomes a problem in the desert. Ever driven through a haboob? Yes, that is actually the name. It could be some other pronunciation of the second half of that, but I have not. California, land of earthquakes and landslides. Yeah, California's geography is very fascinating. It is it's very strange how a lot of it is built up, and different areas respond to different ecological things. Politics notwithstanding. Technically, the ground is made of clay, so it can't soak in. Yes, that is exactly correct. The ground composition is a big factor in drainage. In Georgia, where I live, the ground in a lot of areas is made of red clay. They call it Georgia red clay. Kaolin might also be a term that you may have heard, but it literally does not absorb water. So it'll just shear off of it like a windshield on a car. So you have to have, if you don't have topsoil with like plants or whatever, it's just going to create rivers of mud. And that is obscenely ridiculous. And that can also cause problems with drainage like around our house. The underside of the, like where the deck is in the back. Obviously, there's no plants growing there because for the better part of 40 years, it's had deck boards on top of it. So it's all clay under there. So if it rains a lot, the water will actually run underneath that. And because it can't absorb it into the ground, it'll go into the basement. Even though we have a four-side brick, whatever, it should be impermeable, but it finds its way in because the ground just cannot absorb the water. It's like, okay, well, you got to get under there and you got to grade the ground. Like, okay, yeah, so you want me to rip the deck up and then go rent an excavator and regrade the entire outside of the house? No, can't afford that. So we just kind of have to figure out how to do other stuff. Put in trenches and French drains and stuff around the perimeter to try to keep water out. But it's just wild. And that doesn't happen to that degree nearly as much as other parts of the country. But yeah, if the soil composition is mostly clay, you're going to have a terrible time when it rains. Another consideration is that extremely dry soil needs to saturate. Yes, that's exactly what we were talking about. It needs to saturate before letting water pass through, which could be slower than the rainfall and just runs off and floods everything. Yep. That's kind of why Los Angeles built the LA River the way they did with the concrete, was so that if they know it's not going to absorb, then they just make a channel that can control whatever 100% capacity of the 100-year flood or whatever they did the math to figure out, and then just shunt it out, because you're not going to be able to retain all of that water because the soil doesn't do it. So it doesn't make sense to just let it flood whatever. Just make a channel for it to go. Retain what you can when you can, but you don't need to let it overtop whatever natural riverbank and just flood everything. I should play the game. This whole time. I was making space for doing computers, I think. So I needed to get copper sheets, and I made copper sheets. I need to make more copper sheets, and I need to make more circuit boards. That's what it was. So that, I don't know why I got off of that, but let's make some circuit boards. I can make 100 of these. That shouldn't take too terribly long. Did you explore behind the waterfall? Not in this stream, but yes, there's nothing there. So hopefully we can get this monorail thing researched. It's going to take some time, but we probably probably should get the quartz truck automated too. That will also take some time. There's so much to do. There's so much to do in this. We never managed to accomplish all that much because we end up talking half the time, but that's also fine. Parts for the batteries, yes. Batteries probably should be a priority. I will let these circuit boards finish up, and then we'll take a look at that. Because I remember there was some sort of component that we didn't have, or we didn't have a lot of, that we would have to go and make, and that's why we didn't do that last time. After Belgrade, it is pronounced Belgrade, correct? I legitimately don't know if there's some sort of other vowel I need to be pronouncing or whatever. But after that, Amsterdam and Barcelona are my two contenders for best cities in the world. I would love to go visit Europe and find out what that's all about. Because all I ever see about Amsterdam is everybody takes the bikes. There's really good public transit, and there's a thriving culture there. And in the U.S., if you take a bike, you die. Pretty much. That's pretty much all there is to it. Depends on the place you're visiting. Amsterdam is big building. The place I live is more like the countryside. 3-story high is probably... All right, so you say you live in the countryside, and 3-story high is probably the biggest in our town. There's no 3-story buildings where I live. I think maybe the only building in the county that I live in that is 3 stories tall or taller is the hospital. I'm pretty sure. Like outside of like people who have like townhouses that are 3 stories. I would love to go to India, yes. I feel like that would be a really fascinating place to visit. Isn't it the most populated country in the world now? Like overtook China? Which is insane considering how small it is relative to China. Walkability is key. Absolutely. Absolutely. I will argue for walkability until my dying breath. I'll get into like fistfights with people over this stuff. Can you easily get a truck making the monorail to phase 3 components? It'll help if I'm interpreting what you're saying correctly. But the problem we're running into is the stuff we need to make the computers mostly depends on plastic, which is way far over there. And it would probably take just as long to build a viable road for the trucks as it would to just research the train and build the train. Elder care, yeah, we don't have that in the U.S. Just let old people sit in their house until they die. It's really sad. I did not ignore you, Kurt. I've been reading off of your comments this whole time. Oh, I didn't see that. Can I tell a dumb story that for me represents Amsterdam in the most important light? I mean, I guess. Just don't say anything lewd. I have not ignored Devilish. I have not ignored you all day. I told you to pay attention to your date because you're talking on the live stream while you're on a date. I'm looking out for your relationship. I'm trying to be helpful. That's what I'm trying to do. I can make another 10 computers. Let's just make those real quick while we're sitting here. But the 100 heavy modular frames are going to be very hard. Very hard to make. I can right now only make 4, and I'm pretty sure we're going to have to substantially expand automation on the regular modular frames for that to work. Because those are very slow to make. Spent like 4 days in Amsterdam and it was raining the whole time. The third day I decided to brush my sneakers, just figuring they'd be muddy. Take them and see that they're clean. Well, how are they clean? What, did someone clean them for you? Or is that from walking all the time in water? Start paying attention and notice that even though I'm outside all day long, there's literally no mud. I start trying to figure out why that is. Amsterdam has trees. Trees need grass. Well, they probably also, you know, keep the city clean. It is a pretty major tourist city. Oh, no, it's the encased industrial beams that are the limiting factor now. Okay. All right, well, okay, these also, like 15 units of hammer banging or whatever is a pretty substantial amount of time. So we will need to figure that out. Oh, wow. Oh, no, we can make these super fast because we have all that concrete and we just need to put steel beams into it. Okay, all right. We're gonna do that. All right, let's put in our other 10 computers. Yeah, so if we have this right here, steadily making concrete. Is this downclocked? No, it's just slow. It's outputting 60 from there, and it's only making 45, or using 45 to make 15 per minute. I guess that's fine. At the risk of making more spaghetti, I will go ahead and put an assembler here for making... what are these things? Encased industrial beams. And then we'll just have to remember to put steel beams. Oh, I don't have iron plates. Okay, well, good thing I just made a factory that makes iron plates and doesn't have spaghetti all over here. All the trees are like 40 centimeters under the ground level, and then they put a layer of rocks on top. There's no mud because they figured out that the rain won't splatter the rocks. They literally fixed mud. Yeah, it's pretty wild, huh? A lot of cities in the U.S. have done that as well. Not to that extent, but urban streetscapes. Atlanta is not a very good city for effective urban planning, but one thing that they have done very well is on certain major pedestrian corridors, they have put in... Good, that can work there. Certain major pedestrian corridors, they've put in trees embedded in the sidewalk underneath grates to where the dirt the tree is growing in is mostly underneath the pavement and underneath the road. And it just has that grate to get some water in from the runoff. And there's never mud. Never any mud. Well, the stuff that comes off of car tires, obviously, ends up in the street, but it's surprisingly clean. Now, as you get further outside of the city and then you have grass on the outside of the road or whatever, then yeah, there's going to be mud there. But the main areas, like in the major part of the city, are usually extremely clean. Make penne regatta. Isn't regatta like a boat race? Oh, well, that spelling of it. I know what you're talking about. Steel beams. In we go. This will get... I really need to redo all this power stuff. But for right now, we just want this to make 24 per minute. Okay, yeah, that's going to be almost impossible. Almost impossible to keep that fed. I guess let's go grab some more steel beams then. Just manually put that in. Makes me wonder if Atlanta did any soil stabilization when they were laying down... All right, as someone who has lived here for my entire life, there's no way. There's no way they did that. The city's incredibly incompetent. Some things they do very well, but there is... they literally had to put in a sales tax of like 1% specifically to fix the sewers. Nothing else. Literally just the sewers. Because they had basically done... what? How did it tip outside? All right, it dumped me outside the building. But they did not have the sewers maintained correctly for basically ever since they started installing them after the Civil War when they burned the city down. See, that's the thing. Look, people burned down Atlanta and they built it back the same way. Like you had a chance, you had a chance to make it better and you didn't do it. But the soil in the city of Atlanta is not... It's not really as clay-based as it is in other parts of the state. Atlanta, believe it or not, this is something that people always like forget. Atlanta is a pretty high elevation compared to most other places. Up until I believe when the Major League Baseball expanded to Colorado, the Colorado Rockies, up until that team existed, the Atlanta baseball stadium was the highest elevation in Major League Baseball at about 1,000 feet above sea level. But you don't think because it's the Southeast, it's Georgia, whatever, you don't think that's high. But that was the highest elevation in Major League Baseball up until sometime in the 1990s. And now, of course, the Colorado Rockies are like a mile up in the, whatever, 5,200 feet or whatever. But the soil composition there is... oh, the game crashed again. Fantastic. Come on, man. But the soil composition in Atlanta is much closer to actual, like, loam, dirt-ish kind of thing, whereas where I live, it's basically all clay. I'm a couple hundred feet lower in elevation than the city is, I think. Well, we're going to start the game again. Is this the third restart? But to the original point about soil stabilization, Atlanta famously on the roads has a lot of potholes and a lot of drainage issues. There is a road, Ponce de Leon Avenue. I know that's not how that name is correctly pronounced, but that's how we say it in Atlanta. It's wrong, but it's not wrong. And like in the context of the original language, it is incredibly wrong. But in the context of how we say it here, that's how it's pronounced. They basically just built that road right on top of the ground with no regard for drainage. And there is a... Oh. It dumps me all the way back here. Okay, we're going to have to take care of that again. But they basically... Seriously, that far back? They put this road... They filled in a creek that was actively running. They filled in a creek, put in like a tiny culvert pipe or whatever, and filled in a creek with just loose dirt and rocks, and then built a road on top of it. And in the past decade, there's been at least 2 or 3 times where that part of the road has started to have a sinkhole or washed out completely. And they basically can't fix it because it would be too disruptive to traffic to shut that road down for like a month and properly redo it. So they just end up having to fill the hole back in every time. It's like, really? You didn't plan this at all. The brand new developments, no, they absolutely do. They do soil stabilization, but so much of the built-up part of the city was never done right. So they always have problems with roads getting potholes, sinkholes, and whatever. There was a pretty big meme a couple years ago. A giant sinkhole opened up on, I think it was that same road, and and then it just swallowed a Ford Expedition whole, like a big car, like 18 feet long, 7,000 pounds, just swallowed it, gone. Like, that's terrifying. But then there was also city of Philadelphia had that same thing happen, and a city bus fell in the hole. So that's a little bit larger than an SUV. I don't know. Infrastructure in the United States is an incredible joke. Like, there's not nearly enough money and political willpower invested into actually maintaining it, no matter who's in power. That is not a specific party criticism or anything. It's just all of them are terrible at it. Got to spend money doing other stuff. Anyway, now I gotta scroll all the way back up. Let's go get more steel so we can keep doing this. People burned down Atlanta. Could you give it a little bit of historical context? Yeah. No. It should be pretty obvious who was right or wrong in that scenario, but you would be surprised. And I guarantee you have studied that. Absolutely guarantee you. Philadelphia is the tail end of the Rust Belt. Yes, it is. I wonder if Josh is still in chat to come discuss Philadelphia lore. Probably more Pittsburgh lore, honestly. But, yep, Sherman's march to the sea. Burned everything down. And then half the time it's did not get rebuilt the right way anyway. Well, that's fine. Oh, now we're talking about pronunciation of words, huh? If you spell it in spoken letters, cheese would be, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a linguist. Oh, I'm out of fuel. You know what that means? Nope, don't get back in the car. It means go into the workbench and put that in the fuel, and it should automatically refill if the fuel is still in there. I live near a major highway that gets a landslide that totally closes it. Yep, sounds like, well, it could be a couple places in the U.S., but that really sounds like some parts of Southern California. There was a landslide, I can't remember, but it's on whatever route the Amtrak train, the Pacific Surfliner, goes on. The Pacific Coastline, somewhere near San Diego, maybe? Between San Diego and L.A. Just always having landslides. All right. What was I doing? I was making this. After all that, it's only made 19 beams. This is why this takes forever. This is absolutely why this always takes such a long time. Gotta make 100 of these. Man. Yeah, so I need a lot more of those. I can make 8 because I have 40 of the encased beams. Oh, that's gonna take so long. Well, that's why we're here. Ah, yes. Kurt was making a joke, for the record. Kurt is very politically informed. Pronunciation chat started with another story I told that you also ignored. Look, all right, you want me to scroll all the way back up and see what that was? I don't even know what that would have been. Talking about fixing mud. Okay, that's a language I can't read. Okay, there it is. 4:23 p.m. local time. Also, that place was really fun. They make cheese, but the tour guide that explained how had a speech impediment, or however you call it, on the letter CH. Pronounced it as th. That's pretty common, depending on what language you speak. Imagine 30 to 35 20-year-olds. Yep, okay. Amsterdam activities confirmed. Listening to someone saying "these" for like 150 times in 5 minutes, that would be hilarious. That would actually be really funny. I'm just trying to imagine that. Incredible. Hold on, I lost the chat here. Are you anywhere near the Piedmont Formation? Piedmont would be the middle third of the state, up to a little bit north of Atlanta. I guess I could safely say yes. I am above the fall line. If that gives you well, that would give you a clue. If you're specifically asking that, you're going to know what that is. Yeah, below the fall line is Nat Country, rural South Georgia. Deleted social media and don't follow the news. That is a very wise choice. Absolutely toxic stuff online. Although YouTube technically is social media, but I don't know. I guess it is worth bringing up that we do sometimes talk about the politics stuff here, but I really don't want this to ever become a thing where like people get into political debates, because very obviously I can guarantee you that a lot of us are going to have very different opinions on things. And I don't ever want it to become like a flame war kind of thing, because I like you guys, and we can enjoy each other's company, playing games, talking about games, and having civilized discussions. So, probably we should avoid getting too much into political stuff, unless it's directly relevant to what we're doing. Because I don't know what people's limit is on certain things before they just get like really upset about stuff, and I don't want that to be something that happens here. Piedmont Formation stretches from Alabama to upstate New York. Yeah, okay. I'm not like super close to that, but I'm north of the fall line, which technically in the region map of the state geographically would be Piedmont. All right. I'm gonna grab the rest of these beams because they are making a bunch of those. I currently have lots of steel beams. We'll fill the rest of that encased industrial beam thing up. And then I think if we leave that going for a while and we turn off the production of these versatile frames, then we can get the modular frames from that. And we might be able to make heavy modular frames enough before I have to end the stream to actually finish the monorail research. All right, so now I've got 500-ish. That should be okay. We'll leave that alone. How many do we have? Anything still sitting here? Cool. All right, so I've got another 28. I also probably should be automating the creation of these with a manufacturer and just feed it all the components. But actually, hold on. Let's check that out. Can I? Okay, I need motors. Oh, I need the heavy modular frames to make the manufacturer. All right, we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll make 2 more of these. I can only make 1 right now. Why? Oh, screws. Who would have thunk it? Let's go get some screws. Yeah, the problem in online discussions is the people who just have no ability to have civil discussions with people they disagree with. So, you guys have been very good in that regard. Whenever stuff like this comes up, people understand that, you know, people are going to have different opinions, and that's fine. Only asked because all the gold mines in the eastern U.S. was in the Piedmont Formation. I have not personally done prospecting, but there is a... I don't want to call it a city because it's really not a city. But there's a place in Georgia called Dealanach that is coincidentally also the birthplace of NASCAR, but was very famous for gold mining. And I think when I was a very, very small kid, we went up there and took some tour and did some sort of gold panning thing. But it was long enough ago, I don't remember it. But I've got a, I've got somewhere a little glass vial with a couple tiny gold flakes in it that we would have gotten from that. But yeah, North Georgia, Dealanach had a bunch of gold mines in the foothills of those mountains there, and the state capitol building in downtown Atlanta is actually the dome on the outside is leafed with gold that was mined in North Georgia. So. But that's a fun factoid. Well, I'm sure you probably already knew because you're bringing this up, but for the rest of you, the dome was not originally leafed with gold. It was just whatever metal they made it out of on the outside, or could have been stone. Maybe the building was built in the I want to say the late 1800s or the early 1900s. It's pretty old. After Atlanta got burned down, but that's a neat little thing. Most of the I guess mining or mining adjacent industry in the state of Georgia is clay, bricks. North Georgia has marble. Pretty common thing you're going to see mined up there. Or there's also different aggregates, gravel, and things that you would use to make asphalt. South Georgia is mostly farming and agriculture. Jumping back to speech impediments, when I was in the Navy, I was an RDC, recruit division commander, and we would call cadence to keep other recruits in step. Well, I found a guy with a speech impediment, had him do it, and he eventually got better. Otherwise, it was absolutely terrible. See, that's the thing. Speech therapy works. It's very, I personally think it's very important to find ways to engage people who need help in areas like that, and give them opportunities to have responsibility for things, because that helps develop things like this. It's like the speech therapy when I was in elementary school. I had some friends that were in that, and they would specifically put them in situations that would cause them to have to I don't want to say become uncomfortable with things, but put them in situations that would allow them to grow and work past stuff, and it ends up working pretty well. I don't get why not correct a speech impediment like it actually reduces quality of life. Some people, I guess I should probably be careful what I get into with this, because I'm not trained in any sort of medical thing, and different types of disabilities and differently abled communities don't react positively to people trying to quote unquote fix them. So I'm not going to say that somebody has to one way or the other fix or not fix whatever they're doing, but usually speech impediments are usually pretty fixable. And I've known some people that have had some extremely bad ones, and they've spent most of their childhood in speech therapy and working through things, and they've managed to more or less completely get rid of them, get rid of the impediments, and have very successful lives as professional communicators even, which is astounding, really impressive. I don't know. I just think if you have the ability to help somebody, you should do it, regardless of what it is. Marbles commonly found around quartz veins. Quartz usually contains mineralized gold. I didn't know that. That's cool. Depends on the school systems, too. Some school systems have a speech therapy. Other times it could be trauma-based. Yeah. Again, I'm not super educated about the specificities of all of this stuff, but I know growing up, all the schools I went to had speech therapy programs that were not, I don't think they were trauma-based. It was more of a, oh, where's so-and-so today? Oh, he has speech therapy this morning. And then he'd go off for half an hour or an hour and then come back later. But you could really see the progress that these kids would make over like a couple year period of time. And then if you knew them when they started and you remembered whatever the impediment sound affectation would be, you could still kind of pick it out. But by the time they're in high school, it's almost completely gone. Ticket read PMs. Okay, so here's the thing about Discord PMs. Yes, I've read those. It's been a while. I get so many messages. It's almost impossible to reply to everything. And I'm probably gonna have to turn off DMs, honestly. But if you want me to actually be able to respond and get to stuff in real time, it's usually better to just tag me in the Discord, like the server. Because then other people are going to also be involved in conversation, and I'm going to be more likely to actually be able to engage in stuff versus I get, I don't know, 40, 50, 60 DMs, and then it gets super buried. Because now the mobile app has it in a completely different tab, right? I've got a tab for servers, a tab for messages, notifications, profile, whatever. So I don't see the DMs when I open Discord. I just see a giant 99 plus or whatever on my messages thing. So unless I get the push notification that drops down, I don't see it when it shows up, and I don't think to go back into the tab to go reply to somebody, just because there's such a stupid volume of these things. But I do almost always go in and read them. I can't always get back to them. But yes, you sent quite a number of them about different suggestions for the Timberborn playthroughs. I do remember. I'm gonna have to go back and look at those when we're done here. But yeah, I have so many messages, it's unbelievable. And like, there's people who will regularly message me that if I have an ongoing conversation, then I will respond to those, because it usually comes, like, the push notification directly comes to me while I am actively doing something else. But if I get a ton, like overnight or whatever, and then I just don't see the thing come up, I just never think to go back and look at it. And that's not the right way to do it. I know it's disappointing to not get responses to stuff, but it's such a huge volume of stuff, it's almost impossible. All right, now where were we? Okay, yeah, I'll go back and reread those, and then I will give you a response after I go do that later. If I remember. I hope I remember. It's so hard to keep track of stuff. Probably some sort of attention deficit thing, but I was never diagnosed. That's a different story. Let's go grab some more steel beams. And then I'm going to load up on some screws, but I don't want these to all go at the same time. So I think we're going to have to be careful how much of this we let go at once. Like, if I emptied this entire thing, this whole factory would run for a long time and probably trip our circuit breakers. All right, I will leave that stack in so we have an empty slot. Then I think other than that, we're probably going to be in a pretty good spot to take care of the rest of this. Our manufacturer requires another modular frame, a heavy modular frame, and then 5 motors. We should, I think, somewhere have motors stored up. Oh, okay, I wasn't going to get enough height to get over that. All right, let's make a heavy modular frame. Just the one, and then we will automate it. I don't really have a great place to put it, unfortunately, so it's going to be probably pretty ugly in a place like this. But let's see. Can I get this? I'm going to have at least 4. Yeah, let's set this up right here. There we go. Just make a platform for our manufacturer where we can easily belt things in. And the reason I'm putting it up here is because this is currently making the modular frames. So we can just pipe that down. Obviously we can't build this yet, but just to get an idea of how big, yeah, this thing's large. It is quite substantial in size. So we'll need to make another, oh, this rotated on me. All right, let's not do that. Rotate this way. There we go. All right, so let's get some motors. I think I have one of these was making motors at one point in time. I know this one's making rotors. And I have 15 of those, but I'm going to need more than 15. Oh, I can't put those back. That's fine. So rotors and stators make motors. Do I have... No, I do not have any stators, but I can make some. I need 2. I need to make 5, so I need to have 10 of these. All right. I've owned this game since it was released on Steam. Never installed or played it once. One more on my list of shame. Yeah, I've got a lot of those. It's very fun. Very easy to get sucked into, obviously. We're on hour 3.5 of the 15th stream of this that I've done. So this, I think this playthrough is now close to 60 hours. But I have played in total maybe 400-ish hours of this game, which, believe it or not, is still more than I have hours clocked in Timberborn. And at this point, I've made, what, 400, 500 videos in Timberborn? To give you perspective of how much time that actually is. But I've got now all the materials to build this, so let's go ahead and pop this in. Get a little bit of height here. All right, this thing is huge. How close can I get? Oh, it's inconsistent. Inconsistent width. That's fine. We'll just pop that right there. This is, why is this here? Oh, this was to feed components into the space elevator. We don't need that. I'm going to get rid of this. And what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to put in a conveyor splitter in this. Is this going to let me do this? Let's try this. Yes, very carefully. So that's going to go there. Oh, that's so ugly. I can't do it that way. I'm going to have to come in right here. No, you know what? No, we have technology. We don't have to do this the stupid way. I can do Mark 1 right here. No. There we go. And we can actually do this correctly with the conveyor lift. Let's be smart about this. There we go. That can go there instead, and then... Cool. So that's going to send the extra that we can't use over directly into the manufacturer. And I haven't even looked at the recipes for this. Oh, no. The modular engines require the smart plating. That's a pain in the butt. This is going to be so hard to make 100 of these. 15 automated wiring, 10 circuit boards, 2 heavy modular frames, and 2 computers each. That is going to take a very long time. Modular engines, we honestly probably could make 500 of these in an hour or two. Well, the rate of production notwithstanding, like we could get the materials to make these in maybe an hour or two. 60 hours and about 15 of those were actually playing the game. Yep. That's always what happens in the live streams. Because we get to talk about other stuff. Just want to see you make great content, watch almost every video, and I finally got to a point where I can be a Patreon supporter. Oh, was that you earlier today? I think it was. If I look at the email. Oh, I'm not going to open my email client because this is going to make noise. But I think if that was you earlier today, thank you very much. I was going to send you a message. But I obviously got distracted. But you are in the... I think you're in the description for this video. I think I updated it before I went live at the very end. Stark or Targaryen? Are you asking like which one I prefer? After the mess that was Game of Thrones season 8. Well, knowing how the story ends, I think I would probably have to choose Stark. Although if you would have asked me in season 5 or 6, I probably would have said Targaryens. But we all know, well, if you watched it, you know the kind of garbage they did with that show. I'm a dragon. Oh, well, that would make me a Targaryen then. Man, I hate the way it ended. I really... As soon as they caught up with the books, they lost the plot. A simp? No. No, absolutely not. No. There are many things that could be said, but they will not be said. We need to get steel pipes. I also need to hook this up to power. Steel pipes, which we are currently making, encased industrial beams, which we're currently making, and screws, which we're currently making. So we got to figure out how to route this stuff. This output here. Oh, look at us. Look at us. Look at us go right here. We can have this get... Okay, I got to move the car. But we can have this just go right up here. Depending on how we want to have this set up. There we go. I guess I will bring in a conveyor lift. It's probably not going to let me do this until I have a conveyor belt here. So let's do... I think right here is probably okay. Why is that? Okay, it's trying to choose height. I always forget it does that. Bring that here. Bring that to be perfect 90 degrees here. Look at this thing of beauty right here. Then that can go directly... Actually, I can go... If I can go back one more slot. I don't know if it's going to let me because of the stuff on the ground here. Well, I guess this is fine. Just put that in. That's going to be the encased industrial beams. Screws can come in from this side, and then everything else will be fine. But let's put in the lift here. I guess I shouldn't bury that, but that will probably be okay. Oh, are you serious? Ugh, pain in the butt. That's annoying. Is this really, you're going to call that an invalid shape? Stupid idiots. All right. Where is my, I pushed the wrong button. Get this. If I move this to be 90 degrees that way, is it going to let me, hook this up? Yes. Okay. Well, I can live with that. This 6 per minute is almost certainly not going to be enough to, yeah, it needs 10 per minute. Well, it's going to be slow, but it'll do them anyway, so I guess that's fine. A T filter wouldn't, a what? Are you talking about like a conveyor belt, merger splitter? Or are you talking about like the logic gate I would have to make with the conveyors? I read the books, hated the TV series. Once they started making major divergences from the books, I stopped watching. Yeah, that's the problem with these adaptations. That's the other thing. The Netflix remake of the live action remake of Avatar: The Last Airbender came out last week, and I don't think I want to watch it, which is astounding considering how much I loved the original series when it aired when I was like, I don't know, 14, 15. But I'm so afraid of them changing stuff, just completely losing the plot. The initial reviews of it have not been positive. But it just bugs me how you have something that can be so incredibly well done, and somebody else, and I say this as a creative person who likes to imagine different scenarios in fictional worlds and all this, but why do you have to change something so fundamentally that's already really good, and just completely remove characters, change plot points, ignore important story elements? Like, oh, I'm going to make it unique. Stop it. It's already good. You don't have to change it in ways that are stupid. Trying to borrow the live band. We'll have fun with that. Yeah, M. Night in the that movie was not good. It's not good. Some parts of it were kind of funny how bad they were. Yeah, the original show, I think to this day is one of my favorite pieces of media I've ever seen. The fact that they got that to air on Nickelodeon with what they got put in there was astounding to me. It's like, wow, you're gonna have a depiction of genocide, imperialism, child abuse, like physical like disfigurement and stuff in a kids cartoon that aired daytime in Nickelodeon. But they handled everything really well, I thought. It's got a very, very good story behind it, a good message, important for kids. It's very foundational, I think, to the way that I see a lot of stuff. So I've got a tremendous amount of respect for the series, and a lot of the adjacent stuff, like some of the comics, are pretty good. Like obviously, like it's content meant for, or originally meant for, like preteens, so it's not going to be as in depth and as, I guess, good from a engagement standpoint for adult audiences, but I still think it holds up. I prefer continuations versus reboots. I think it depends on the content. Like if it's a sufficiently fleshed out world, like I would have said this about Star Wars before Disney took over the stuff, but if it's a sufficiently fleshed out world, or it has enough promise or enough illusion of other stuff that you could imagine, then yeah, continuations are going to be fantastic because there's so much stuff you can do. But then Disney gets a hold of Star Wars and now it's saturated. It's like, well, I don't even care about this anymore. It's just way too much to keep up with. If people don't treat children as morons, we get better children. Absolutely. You don't have to indoctrinate people to educate them. And that's all I'm going to say about that. That's all we're going to say about that, because I know that's going to go in 18 different ways. But if you treat children like adults in appropriate ways, mind you, and you give them complex problems to solve and make them think about things, critically analyze decision making and different things that go into stuff, you're going to be really surprised what they can come up with. Like they have a really high capacity for logic and reason and making moral judgments in certain circumstances that I think a lot of adults just never think about. They think, oh, they're kids, they're not going to get this. Well, all you have to do is package it in a way they can understand. They're going to comprehend it. Chronicles of Shannara. I don't think I've heard of that. I will say the Netflix remake of the Voltron series was a vast improvement of the Americanized version in the 80s. However, the original Japanese version, Beast King Go Lion, is that what it is? Yeah. Okay, and here we go. Here we go with the differences between Japanese and Western media and all the different themes and stuff. This is a big, big discussion in the anime community whenever like something gets a dub or gets exported and localized for different audiences. Like there's just a lot of cultural differences that don't translate, and there's going to be people get all up in arms about specific content or theming or whatever. But I think you have to appreciate the media for the audience for which it was intended, and understand that different cultures are going to have different priorities, different predilections, different things they find acceptable and not acceptable, and not necessarily jump to conclusions that something is automatically going to be bad because it's different. Beyond the universally acceptable, like, horrific depictions of violence and crimes and violating people and stuff that I think pretty much everyone can agree is wrong. But people get all up in arms about stuff all the time. It's like, it's not intended for you. It's okay. It's okay for stuff to be different. If you don't like it, don't watch it. Kids basically only have lateral thinking. Yeah, I'm not sure I completely understand exactly what that means, but I think I get what you're going for. I disagree on the moral judgment part. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. Like, I'm not saying, like, universally, but the intent behind the statement I was making was that children will surprise you with what they were able to figure out. Fifth Element. Oh, I love Fifth Element. That's a great movie. New Doctor Who season is, I think, the 15th Doctor, but Disney's calling it season 1. Wait, what? Why would they call it season 1? That's so dumb. Like, why do you got to be like that? Not you. I'm not saying you specifically. You, the royal you, being directed at Disney. That and them gating everything behind Disney Plus is like, really? Come on. There's a lot of stuff I gotta, like, actually consume to understand. I spend all my time doing this stuff. We were getting steel pipes and screws put in here. That was one of the reasons why I wanted to have the trucks bring stuff over, but we haven't quite gotten there yet. So what we're going to do instead, for the time being, is I'm just going to put in a stack of containers. And then put this... Oh, no, that's still going to... that's still going to be in the way. Let's put that there. It really shouldn't matter how I have this set up, but I'm going to make that bottom one... I guess it doesn't really matter. We'll put in the steel pipes, and then I'll funnel screws into the other one. But we'll just have to manually fill this stuff up, and that's just the way it's going to go. If I just have this set like so, then I believe... Ah, the conveyor belt's too steep. This is so ugly. I am sorry. It's just is just not good. All right, that's going to work there. Are you joking? You absolute fool. All right. I guess what I have to do then is have that come up from here. This is probably going to give me the same thing. Yep, okay. All right. I see how it is. I see how it is. I'll just have this conveyor belt directly connect from here to here. And that's fine. That'll be for screws. So now I just got to manually put in a ton of screws. And then I got to hook this up to power, and I hope we have enough power. I hope we have enough connections. Is this a Mark 1? No, it's a Mark 2. Okay. 5 out of 7 with rice. Stupid Reddit meme. That can go there, and then that can go there. Hopefully it doesn't crash the power network, and we can actually create heavy modular frames 2 per minute. So another 50 minutes we'll have that all done. If this all gets popped in. Oh, 200 per minute. I'm going to have to upgrade the conveyor belt for the screws. That's one thing I needed to do. Okay, so that's going to be capable of 270 per minute. Everything else is below 60, so that should be fine. Oh, and this hasn't been upgraded to conveyor Mark 3. There we go. I think that should work now. Let's, where's my car? I say that a lot. Let's go get some more screws. Oh, it's all the way down here? Why? Why did I do that? All right, drive up the thing we go again. Sub-dub debate. All right, that's a spirited topic. Dubs are terrible. It used to be an anime system that allows you to watch shows with both dubs and subtitles. Someone who lived in Japan for 6 years. Oh, I didn't know that. Good, so I will avoid speaking Japanese then, because I already can't. But Alex isn't in here. Currently lives in Japan. Translation of subtitles, you lose a third of the 2/3 in translation. Okay, I get what you're getting at. I will say the more Japanese I learn, the more I become frustrated with a lot of subtitles for stuff. But I think some of them can do a good job. It just depends on like how competent the people are who translate it, if they even employ an actual translator anymore, and it's not just machine translated. Is this Mark IV? Yeah, okay, that's fine. That'll get filled back up again. We'll be all right. All right. Subtitles, best way to watch unless you learn the language. Well, yeah, I guess I've consumed enough of it at this point that I've like learned about different voice actors, and I've got like ones that I like, ones that I don't like. So I will almost always, if I'm going to watch something, watch it subtitled. Wow, how did I do that? Well, there are a few that I've watched that I really like the dubs for. I know Josh has opinions on this. Let's see. A lot of reforms are happening in education right now to keep the neuroplasticity and problem-solving abilities for children. That's a phrase that I think I need to go look up. Historically, education has decreased those. I guess it depends probably on specifically how you do it, because I know when I was in I think if it autosaves while I'm ascending in a jetpack, it like supercharges the height change. But I was in the gifted program as a child, despite my intelligence, and they did a lot of logic-based exercises, and we did stuff with like Latin root words and things that would make you think outside the box and make connections between information in different ways that you hadn't considered before. And I think that's a good thing. I am not an educational expert. I am not informed in child psychology or anything, but I felt like that was a very valuable thing that helped me become a better thinker. But I also don't know what people are doing in schools anymore. I just remember they changed math a couple times when my sister was in high school, and I was like, what in the world is wrong with these people? Hey, Shadowgun. English dubs, the actors tend to not to convey the emphasis through emotion correctly. Yeah, that's one thing I noticed is it's very hard to get if you watch and are familiar with the original Japanese language audio of it. It's very hard for them to match that. One, because the languages are just so fundamentally different, and like inflections and pacing and stuff, and you can't reanimate the thing to have less time for speech to occur. You got to stretch it out, because English is a more, I guess, dense language in terms of syllables for communicating the same idea. I don't know. It's very rare for me to find a dubbed thing that I've actually thought was better. They do exist, though. Very rarely. For the time you were in school, that is unusual. I have a lot of things I could possibly criticize the school system that I was in for, but I felt like there were many things they did very well, and the things that specifically they did with the quote unquote gifted kids, I thought were very good. I don't know if they still do it or not, because that was 25 years ago that I first started doing that. But I hope they do. Meaning of dialogue can change based on the emotional or applied inflection. Yep, exactly. Especially when it gets translated wrong. And then you see how they did it, you're like, wow, really? Really? That's completely not what that means. I have a lot of thoughts on the changing of math, but it won't fit in 160 characters. Oh, I bet you do. Yeah, I will stay out of that. Tone means so much. It absolutely does. And especially, okay, so this is not a anime discussion channel or whatever. It's really not the point of any of this discussion. I was just making an observation, but there are some specific words, phrases, like different types of interactions that you cannot translate no matter what, and they always try to, and it just completely misses the point. A lot of the problem is that the not gifted kids did not get those opportunities. Yep, 100%. And I hate that. at the same time, you can't always do everything for everybody at the same time. I don't know. That's why it's so hard to just definitively say X is better than Y or Y is better than Z or Z for Canadians. But why people just automatically tend to go toward blanket solutions, one size fits all, is just I don't feel like is fair to children. But I don't know. I'm not an educational specialist. I play video games on YouTube, and I was part of the education system for half of my life, and then I stopped being part of it. Difficult to compare a phonetic versus a logographic language. I hope that's how that's pronounced. If I understood what that meant, then I'm sure I would agree with you. I know what phonetics means. Also, I heard schools aren't teaching kids phonics anymore, which seems, I don't know if that's true or not, but it just seems inconceivable to me that you would not teach children phonics. But I don't know. What do I know? All right, this has stopped. Is it full? No, it needs modular frames. It needs 10 per minute. How many am I making? I think this was only making 6 per minute. No, it's only making 3.333 repeating, of course. Modular frames per minute. It needs reinforced iron plates. It needs 5 of those per minute. Oh. Because it doesn't have iron plates. Because we're making them over there. All right, so now I've got to get those over here. See, this is why. This is why I shouldn't be distracted while I'm doing this. Because now I've got this. Oh, those were only going into that one thing? Okay, well, if that's the case and this is empty, we can just get rid of it. And we can clean up our space here. All right, so that's looking okay. This was feeding... Wow, this is feeding the iron rods into a couple different things. This screw thing does not need to be here. Is this full? Oh, it is. That's beautiful. Absolutely fantastic. We can fix this then. All right. Pop all those in there. I'll go back and grab some more screws. Yeah, we're going to get this all tidied up just in time to mess it up again. Yeah, remember almost 4 hours ago when I said we were going to do this monorail train technology research, and then I didn't do it because I got distracted with other stuff? Good times. So how many iron rods are in this thing? Okay, well, I guess we can just let this run out and then get rid of it. But we do need to have a... what do you call it? Yeah, come on. That's exactly what this thing is called. An input for iron plates. So to do that, I'm going to have to, I believe, is that set like so? Put in a storage container. Did that not build it? Wait, hold on. That's very strange. Storage container, storage container. That'll go there. Let me make sure how much input. 30 per minute. Yeah, we're going to at least double that with overclocking. But this can be a... Nope. Hit the right button. There we go. That can be... oh, I should have moved it back one. That's fine. That's good there. Assembler... 120 screws per minute. Can it actually get 120 screws per minute if I have it fed? These are still making screws. All right, 60 per minute. That's not going to be able to keep up. So I don't think I can get this to 120. I don't think I would really want to anyway, but let's yeah, it can get to 100. That'll help it keep up. That'll help us exhaust this. We'll get this all completely redone. But if we can make 10 per minute, we can actually sustainably make 10 per minute, which I think we can, then that is going to allow us to... Oh, cool. Yeah, we can absolutely get this to make 6.66, I think. No, only... Okay, maximum of 5. Never mind. I'm bad at math. But now this is going to be 7.5 instead of 5. That'll get us to 5 modular frames per minute, which is still not enough to do this. That's close. So if we want to actually fully automate this to be perfect, we would have to put this down to 75%. Or we could just juice it with additional modular frame input. I don't know. I think that's probably the wisest choice to make. Oh boy, there's all sorts of stuff to read through here. Went to a math science magnet school before there was a STEM. They focused on results over method. I don't know enough to say for sure whether that is a good or a bad thing, but I feel like teaching to the test generally is probably not advisable, because then you're not going to understand how to do something. You just understand how to get a specific result versus having a mastery over the process. On an episode of Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Oh yeah, because that's a perfect representation of education. A guy I went to elementary school, middle school, high school with, his mother actually dated Jeff Foxworthy for a short period of time. That was a wild story. I heard a question referred to doubles fact. They didn't use that phrase. I have never heard of that. Doubles fact. Well, that's weird. I also didn't really watch that show very much. Taught to process algebra, geometry, and trigonometry in our heads without showing the work. That sounds like a nightmare. But I'm also a visual learner, so I'm going to prefer to write things out or have them laid out before me anyway. By the way, placing Prison Architect still in the tutorial campaigns, but not quite to the making my own prison. It's a fun game. It is very enjoyable. And the chaos is also fun sometimes. Sometimes it's not fun. From I think about 1990s to 2010, phonics got phased out for quote-unquote whole language. It's coming back in a big way right now, though, because 30% of kids won't become proficient readers without phonics. I believe that for absolutely. I don't remember when you said you were going to build trains and build a truck. Well, yeah, that's understandable because it was almost 4 hours ago. You actually might not have been in stream when I said that. Remember that Meatball doesn't have a tower. Yeah, I said I was going to do that too. Thank you for your live stream. Thanks for being here. Always good to have you. Hit the nail on the head in teaching to the test. Well, good, because that was kind of a shot in the dark. I was hoping that would be understandable. But yeah, that always really bugged me. I think that's a trend that kind of started when I was in school that I noticed in the early to mid 2000s when we had a bunch of standardized tests come up, and then the teachers had to change the lesson plans and lose like a month and a half of educational time because we absolutely had to have like 3 different standardized tests we had to prepare ourselves for. So we just cut out entire units in history and reading so we could learn more specific math. I was like, all right, just why? And I did well in the tests. I'm sure glad I got a great score on a standardized test that had absolutely no benefit for me beyond hitting a number in the 5th grade. But it is what it is. Have you seen the game Ixion? I don't even know if that's how that's pronounced. I have. Sci-Fi Factory, Sci-Fi City Factory, builder with the storyline. I have seen a bunch of stuff about that. I thought about maybe trying to get into it, but we've had so much stuff going on. I've just concentrated on doing a bunch of beavers because apparently that's the only thing people really, really like to see on the channel in huge numbers is the beavers. I can upload a episode 9,000, 3 hours long of some Timberborn playthrough. It'll get 3,000 views in a day, and then I put a new game up and it gets 800 views in a week. So I don't understand. I don't understand why it is the way it is. But yeah, it's interesting how all of that stuff tends to work. Because when I started out doing this, I said I was going to do my best not to have to play the game, quote unquote, with the YouTube algorithm. But then you see how it affects the visibility of your other stuff, and then you're like, well, I kind of have to if I want to keep doing this and be able to, actually still support myself, which is crazy that that's even a thing in the first place. be able to support myself playing video games, that's amazing. I shouldn't complain about anything, but it is frustrating to see that it seems to only want to reward one specific thing when you know long term that's going to be bad, because eventually they will fall out of fashion and people won't care about it anymore. So you need to have a diversified set of stuff to pull from. And also it gets really, really irritating playing the same game for 3 straight years. Not to say I don't like Timberborn. I do. But after a certain point, it gets to be a lot of beavers. A lot of beavers. Star testing. I remember all that stuff. Thanks for stream. Enjoyed it. Still going to leave. Bed is calling for me. Hey, it is late where you are. Please get some sleep. Thanks for coming out. Always good to see you. Also, Kurt, it's late for you too, but now you do what you want. Devilish fun. Have fun on your date. If he's still in here. What was I doing? I was, I was putting iron plates in here. I got to figure out a way to get iron plates over here, and I mixed them into the same container, which is a problem. But, I have smart splitters. Oh, do I have, what is that, AI limiter? Oh, I can make those. Yes. Let's go do that. Let's go do that. That's so exciting. I forgot I had those. This makes things so much easier. All right, give me a thing here. AI limiters. I need copper sheets. All right. Yep. Okay. Let's make more copper sheets, kids. Sit here and park this on the copper sheet generator. Remember a standard test, most are joking, called it functional illiteracy test. There's a picture of 5 to 8 coins. How much is there? Pick answer. I'm not sure I entirely get what you're going for, but we had a lot of, when I was a younger kid, image-based logic tests like that. I don't know exactly what that was about. Fell asleep around 1600, woke up 21:30. I got energy. Hey, all right, good for you. I probably am going to have to end soon because I think it's about to be eat food time. Oh, it absolutely is. Okay, well that's too bad. That's what happens when I have my text notifications muted. Computer build stream when? Well, when I have to build a computer, I may consider streaming it, depending on what goes on. Because I have the capability of doing that. I do have I have a camera I use for my professional photography stuff that I did use as a face cam when I did Twitch way back in the day. So I could very easily stream that, but if it is upgrading this computer, I probably can't, because I would have to use the computer that I'm upgrading to stream the upgrading of the computer. Unless I could get my laptop to do it, I'm not sure I could. But if I'm building an entirely new computer at any point in time, then I probably would stream that, yes. And then you guys could laugh at my inability to correctly apply thermal paste. It's a very real element to YouTubers jumping on the new hottest game at the same time as everyone else, because after the initial release, hype dies down, income falls as well. Yes, and also, big games have embargoes for content. And not even necessarily big games. I get emails all the time from people asking me to play their games, developers like, oh, hey, here's a free Steam key, or this, that. Like, they don't offer me money to play hardly ever, because I have such a small channel, but they will very, very frequently have embargoes, specific dates for content. So that's why you'll see it seems like everybody plays the game at the exact same time, because that's when they're allowed to do it. It's very rare that a developer will give you early access to a game or an update or whatever and not have an embargo on at least some type of content. So it gets flooded at the same time. It boosts results in the algorithm on YouTube, and then all those videos just get skyrocketed in serving into different audiences. And then, of course, if it's a popular thing, then you're going to get more impressions. You're going to make more money doing it as well. But that's, I don't know. It's an unfortunate reality of doing this as a job that you do kind of have to play into that. I don't like thinking about doing this for money with the intent of maximizing income. I mean, obviously, because I'm streaming Satisfactory to 15 people on a Saturday afternoon, and we're 4 hours into stream. Like, if I wanted to min-max for like income, I would not be streaming Satisfactory. I'd be streaming Timberborn and doing all that kind of whatever. But we've done so much beavers. I don't think I could handle streaming it. I want to play the series that we're doing and focus on doing those well. But it's I I mean, that's kind of what happens when you have a process that requires maximizing some sort of economic factors. It's I mean, it's exciting that you can make money doing this stuff, but it also kind of does sometimes suck the fun out of it. Hi, I'm hungry now. Okay, well, I mean, you can eat food. You can do what you want. I'm funneling money into alcohol. I cannot, in good conscience, tell you that is a good thing, but you can do what you like. Wait, you did Twitch a very long time ago. I still have a Twitch. I haven't streamed in a year and a half-ish, at least. But I started about the same time that I got serious about YouTube. I started doing Twitch. Summer of 2021. A bunch of my friend group, my IRL friend group, I need to actually play the game. My real life friend group, make AI limiters. You just need to make one of those. A bunch of us got into Twitch streaming, and I'm the only one that survived longer than 6 months. And I was playing Persona 5 Royal. I bought a PS4 for my friend just to play the game, because I saw one of my old roommates playing it. Like, hey, that looks fun. And then that kicked off a whole series of events that's resulted in me doing YouTube full time. But I did that pretty much every day for about 4 or 5 months. Streamed about 2/3, and that's a long game. It was 140 hours for that one playthrough. But that is why I started doing that, and then at that time my YouTube channel might have had 100, 200 subscribers. It could have been, okay, no, summer 2021, it could have been 500 maybe, 400 or 500. And then somehow it ended up taking off in a big way. And then, well, that's what happened with that. But I need to put in, I see, man, I get so, really? I don't have iron. Okay, I can just grab iron plates out of this. I was about to say, I need to have a triple conveyor wall here. Wait, did it build 2? It did. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have, actually, I can't do it this way. I have to do the single. One conveyor wall exit. It's going to have to be what's coming in. Mark II. Are these 2 Mark IIs? No, these are 2 Mark Is. I get so distracted. Devilish Fun sent me $3 like 5 minutes ago, and I never said thank you. So thank you, Devilish Fun. Hopefully you're enjoying your date, quote unquote, and you're funneling money into alcohol. Always appreciated. Why does this sound like the intro to Powerpuff Girls? What are you talking about? Like from the, like a sound perspective or a narration perspective? It's been a real challenge to find a YouTuber who can play with some competence and in the video in a screaming foul language string pile by the end of it. Are you talking about not into the video? With screaming foul language steaming piles by the end of it? I don't think I've ever actually sworn in a video that I haven't removed. Maybe once or twice, depending on your definition of swearing. But yeah, that's the kind of thing that really bugged me about so many of the people who make videos on video games. They'll just manufacture outrage or fake enthusiasm about stuff. Like, I hate that. I don't want to watch that. I'd rather there just be like authentic, hey, we're playing the game, this is what happens. And if something crazy happens, then of course you're going to react to it because that's what happens. But I don't know, the whole manufactured like fake stuff I can't stand. You could use swine. I've used that one before. It's perfect amount of ingredients and accidentally introduced chemical X. Yeah, okay, all right, I get you. Well, that's what ended up happening. I guess I was trying to figure out what belt to use. Mark II, there we go. Yeah, I ended up investing a considerable amount of time into doing the streaming thing, and YouTube is just kind of a side thing because I wanted to do the ostrich videos. Oh, I hope this is gonna come out correctly here. I can't talk and do this at the same time. I am so sorry. I've got so much stuff to try and fix here. Oh, that's gonna bug the snot out of me that's like that. This needs to be extended out this way. So this, the reason this is coming out this way is so it can go into a truck station and then additionally a smart splitter to go that way, I think. Is what I was going to try and do with that. Oh, good. I can actually build one of these. This is actually pretty big. I might have to expand. I might have to expand this because this has, the truck station has inputs on the back for items to transport, and then it has an input for fuel. I don't know. This might be too complicated for us to set up today. I have spent so much time not playing the game, and I know that frustrates you guys. I am sorry for that. Everyone tried to recreate PewDiePie formula of just screaming, and yeah, I hate that so much. That is like my least favorite type of video. That is just almost insufferable to watch. It's like the kind of thing that is designed to manipulate young children into watching the content because, oh, it's funny, funny man screamed really loud, that's hilarious, and then they just watch hours and hours of the video and he can make tons of money on ads. You should start every stream swearing. That's a good way to get demonetized. Started binging Ostrich. That's a long catch up. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's a very long one. Battery Smooth would appreciate this for the bingo card. Absolutely would. But I don't blame him because it's in the middle of the night over there. he needs to sleep. If it's stupid but it works, it's still stupid and you're just lucky. That is also true. What was I doing? Oh, I was putting... this is what happens. This is what happens, man. Every time. Smart splitters. That's what I was going to do. So I think if I do this correctly, I can have this set up here. Oh, wow. What is the center output? So this is the center output. This is the left output. Wait. Oh, no, that should be overflow. Center output can be... Oh, I have to scroll through everything? Oh, I can just type. This is such a cool thing. I'm so glad this exists. Iron plate. So what I can do is I can now take my iron plate. I'll make this a Mark II belt. And I can just send this all the way across. Oh, it's too long. Hold on. Set that way. That way. All right. So now what that's going to do is it's going... Oh, I didn't connect this. That's going to send all of our iron plates. All the iron plates through here. Oh, that clips. It's going to bug the snot out of me. It's going to send them all over there, and then when that backs up, it will send the rest out here, and we can send that to a truck station. And it will also send all of the iron rods as overflow out this side. So we do have to put this in here. Is this the back side? Yes, it is. Okay. This might not have been the smartest way to do this. Oh, no, this is fine. This is fine. I can just have this go this way. There we go. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. I'm gonna have to move this. Such a disaster. My God, it's so ugly. Come on, attach yourself. I can put the truck station perpendicular, although this is never going to be unloading. So I guess if I just put that there, how's that going to work? Oh, that's bigger than I thought it would be. I guess this is okay. That's output. We're not going to have output Input, I will conveyor belt Mark II. Good. That can work there. All right, so that is regular input. We should see when these iron rods come in. Yep, it's going to automatically. This is such a cool device, man. This is so great that we can do this. That's going to the truck station. This has a huge capacity, so this will fill up. I think this is the same as an industrial storage thing. But we're going to need to have fuel go in here as well. This is just going to be so complicated. We are probably going to redo this at some point, but the gist is the truck or the tractor or what have you, I guess I can't stand on that, goes up here, a little crane loads it, and then it just drives away. We'll get that figured out. I got to catch up on chat now. Let's see. You could make the foundation a ramp so it doesn't clip. I could, but that was probably before I put all this in. So we will go back and. Oh, that's really close. That's really close. Debated the merits of starting a channel myself, but then I would to make a channel just roast together YouTubers by showing their flaws. That's going to get people to dogpile on you real quick, but could also be a whole lot of fun. Should start every stream with a ribbit. I am not a frog currently. This I now can go ahead and just redo because I guess we ran out of stuff. There we go. Okay, so queso. I am probably going to get yelled at because I'm still streaming and food was brought home for me. So I probably need to stop at some point soon, but we'll just run this through. Now that is straight. That looks a whole lot better. Is it moss on this? Or is that dirt? I can't tell. So this has stopped. Why is this? Did I hook this up wrong? Okay. I don't know if I did this correct. Let's okay, no, that was right. That was right. It doesn't need to be Mark 1, that needs to be Mark 2. So if that is loading, why is it not, is it because it doesn't have power? Is that what it is? I guess that's probably what it was. That can connect there. I really should, if this is going to be power connected, really should have this hooked up to the building in some way. Where can I run power? This is why this takes me forever to do this, because I get so locked into one thing and then I get distracted and it becomes something else entirely. Can I... Yes. I'll just put this wall all the way up because we kind of need to put the power thing on the outside. I don't need to do these all as Mark IIs, but I'm going to do it anyway. That's fine. I will just put this here. Come and find our connection here. There we go. Connect that there. And then I can take this and there we go. Okay, cool. So now it's got, wait, why is this overflow? That shouldn't be overflowing the plates at all. No overflowing plates. That's only for rods. Because I know that's not going to overfill this capacity enough to send plates over here. All right, so now that is working. Got to have somewhere for the trucks to take those things, but for right now it seems to work. Seems to be fine. I need to put fuel in here, which is going to be a whole other mess to figure that out. But we are finally sending those. We also need to put in. This looks so stupid. We need to put in these things. I can't stand on this. What is the closest I can get? Okay. There we go. Mark II belts. Mark II belts. I don't have enough reinforced iron plates. Now we got to go get those. And now I'm going to get distracted again. All right. What have I not read in chat? Top Toad. Yes, the frog cultists once again. So I'll just take these. I probably should not have done that. Honestly, I probably should have just made my own, but Too late for that. We'll just go over here and we'll make some of those. Alrighty, reinforced plates. Just make all those we can. Says no power. Yep. Just fix that. Go eat, digest, and then return for a 48-hour stream. I mean, technically, I don't have to go into the office until Tuesday, I don't think. So I'd probably die doing that. Any way to skip the night? No. Unfortunately, I don't think. Unless you're talking about real life, in which case, okay. Good luck with that one. It's called sleeping. You've rebuilt a few conveyor belts. Did they hide boxes of stuff? No. I don't think so. They would show up on the map as a crate thing. And it only does that if you have a full inventory when you delete stuff. Went to a flogging Molly concert. That sounds fun. Yeah, your hearing would absolutely still be borked after all that. Yeah, we don't have any crates. They would show up on the map on the top. Okay, so I have that is currently where all of my rods are going. And then they come out of here. I should. Oh, I made a mess here, didn't I? I'm gonna have to remove this. Remove this. We've created a monster here. Yes. That's gonna go away. That's gonna go away. This is making screws that we don't need. That's gonna go away. That's gonna go away. That's gonna go away. That's gonna go away. And I'm not going to get rid of that because I guarantee you that's going to fill up my entire rest of my inventory. But what we're going to do here... Oh, I forgot that was going over there. That's going to be a problem. Wait, what is this one even making? Is this one that's making the... Oh, okay. That's going to be fun to figure out. That's how I have this set up. All right, how much stuff is in this? Oh, okay. Not much at all. Get rid of that. This conveyor belt goes away. That conveyor pull goes away. That conveyor pull goes away. All right. And now what we do is we're going to have to extend this. There we go. This conveyor belt also can go away. And then that. We'll create a second. This is really not the correct way to do this, just so you're all aware. I do understand that. But it is the fast way to do it without us spending 3 entire streams figuring this out. So this currently is just feeding the plates into that specific thing right there. We are going to have to reroute our conveyor belts. So what I'm going to end up doing is that one there. We're going to have these parallel. I probably should just, connect these with, what do you call them? Foundations. But I have done no such thing. Oh, this is going to be super annoying. Can I stand on the side? Good. All right, that's going to work there. This will go... I guess I could just come down here and do it. This will come right next to it, right here. This can go basically right in this exact spot. Should be fine because that's going to diverge. But I'll put it here. That will get undone. This will become a Mark II. That gets hooked up there. I need to move that out of the way. So now what we got to do is we have to go and reprogram that to send the plates into this one. And then this will become for the rods. And then that is going to have to get sent out to, I believe, well, if we have screws coming in, we don't need that because the screws are being used. No, that's not going to work because I'm manually filling those up. I'm still going to have to send the rods there. Well, what we're going to have to do with that is, bear with me here. I'm going to stack this on here backwards. And what we will do is splitter, hardly know her. That is going to go, that was a stupid thing to say. That's going to go here. I guess we'll just default to the Mark IIs. Because why not? That will come out here, into here. This will then go into this. And then I will have to have a lift to come into here, like so, and then another belt. All right, so what that's going to do is that's going to split our input into going there and also going through this for more storage, which will then go into that. Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully it actually is going to work. I believe this should work splendiferously once we get it actually set up right. And should solve most of our problems, at least for right now. All right, configure center output is going to be... I actually should just set this to be iron rods. Here we go. Come on. Click. Click. Thank you. Wait, no, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. I needed this one. No, 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 no. No. Okay. I needed this one to be iron plates. There we go. Out you go. And then this one becomes iron rods. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, now I just have to follow this around. I think I can pick up all of these. All right, is that all rods? It is. Okay. Now, how many of these do I have? I don't have any. Okay. All right, well, let's go make more. That's all you can do. All you can do is just make more. Death is no excuse to stop working. Yeah, that sounds like something I think a lot of modern societies would embrace. Let's see. The Timberborn River is overflowing the banks and is in my buildings. A normal person says, let's build the banks higher. Yep, I say dynamite deeper. Yep, that's exactly... you're on episode 26 of the Folktales, aren't you? That's happened a couple times, though. Risk it for the biscuit. Yep, there you go. I need... Oh, I'm already out of iron plates. Yikes. Let's go over here. I'll grab a couple more of these. Make a couple more reinforced plates. As long as we can bridge that, I think we're going to be good. And then I am actually going to have to end a stream. I also have to record tomorrow's video, which coincidentally is the Folktales. Really? All I got out of it was 16? I need more than that. Do I have any iron ingots? I do not have enough to make a plate. Okay. Yeah, I originally was going to do... normal schedule was going to be Sunday Iron Teeth, but the Ostrov update dropped, so I said, you know what? I need to make a video on that because that is the whole reason I started the channel in the first place, and people got really attached to those stuff. So I had to put that on Friday. And then today I already said it was going to be the new game with the Transport Fever. So that pushed that other one to Sunday. And then the Sunday is going to get pushed to Monday. That's the problem with doing a video every single day is you really don't have any flex room. But it seemed to do pretty well in terms of motivating me to keep making stuff. I know people are waiting for stuff every single day. Plus it's fun to talk to people about things. All right, let's make a couple more of these. Hook the rest of this up, and then I probably will actually have to get off. I just don't know how many of these reinforced plates I need to make it across with the other one. I hope 24 is enough. It might not be. And that's going to be annoying if that's the case, but we'll see what happens. All right, give me my Mark II belt. Okay, it needed 22. I got 24. Am I going to get in trouble if I do... Okay, this is not perfect, but it's better than just going straight in. That is going to send all sorts of our metal rods iron rods, whatever, into here. Split them up between that guy and that guy. And then hopefully we can still have this fully automated effectively. Not entirely sure how this is going to work in practicality, but we'll get it figured out. That was a very long process, and guess what? We still have not done the monorail train technology research. We barely contributed anything to it. But the manufacturer seems to be working still. Oh, I've made 21. Okay. But the modular frames are a very slow process. And I said I was going to seed those, so I can do that. And since we are already here, I will go ahead and just take these out and we'll go put those in the research. Just so we feel like we've accomplished something. All right, cool. Can I make any computers while we're over here? Somehow I doubt it. No, because I do not have enough circuit boards, but that's the only thing I'm missing, huh? All right, let's make circuit boards real quick. All right, now how many computers is this going to let me make? One? I have to make sure it's not going to use all of the, it's not going to use all the plastic because I need to have 18. Oh, okay, no, I can make a couple more of these. I just need to have, I think, 3 more circuit boards. I might be able to make 4 computers if it doesn't use all the plastic. Let's see. Can I complain about having to fill out an application, resume, and a cover letter with all the same information? Please always do. That is insane that you have to do it multiple times. It's always frustrated me when applying for stuff. I hope I can make this work with 40. I think it should be. Yeah, okay, that's going to work. Cool. All right, can I make 4 computers? No, I can still only make 2. What gives? Oh, no, it needs 18. All right, that's a pain. Whatever. It is what it is. If you want cleaner look for the Timberborn power, bury it and use the tunnel power shafts. I kind of like the bridge, honestly. It feels like more of an industrial thing to go across the big water with the bridge instead of the thing. But I really do not like the vertical thing I put in. I do want to redo that. I'm just not sure how. Okay, so the whole water flow with right angles thing, how much of actual hydrodynamics does Timberborn observe? I'm not convinced it's very good at it. It seems like it kind of ignores some stuff. But yes, the water pressure on a 90-degree turn thing is actually a thing. I do know that much. I don't know everything. In fact, I probably don't know most things, but I do know that that is a thing. All right, let's put this pair of computers in here just so we can accomplish that. And then we'll go check on our distribution of... Why is there still a... What was under here? Oh, okay. More conveyors. Good, no more conveyors. Put those back. I did not know that was still buried in there. All right, so this is requiring 30 per minute. Okay, so that's full up. That's fine. This one probably is requiring substantially more than 30 per minute. Let's, oh no, 25. All right, well, that works. That one's getting 25. This one is backed up because it is not producing rotors, but it wants 30. So we are, I believe, out of this thing producing 30 per minute. So that is not going to be enough to support all of this. But production is backed up enough where I think it's probably going to be fine. Okay, guys, got to go. Thanks for being here, Kurt. Appreciate you. We're going to end in just a second as well, so you're not going to miss anything. Maybe same time tomorrow. Since it's only two streams, it is going to be more satisfactory tomorrow because I can't figure out what else I would rather do. but similar time tomorrow afternoon, either 1 or 2 o'clock, depending on what else I have to do. But yep, I believe for all intents and purposes, we have accomplished most of what we wanted to do in terms of cleaning stuff up. We got rid of the spaghetti and replaced it with a slightly different. Wait, this isn't connected to anything anymore? Then how's this all connected? Oh, okay. That goes down through there. But we have connected, disconnected a whole bunch of stuff and made it look a lot nicer, which is progress. And this whole thing now can go away. That's fun. That makes it look so much nicer. Not have all of these wires crisscrossing everywhere. But this whole rat's nest here, we got to figure out exactly how this is going to get hooked up with all this other stuff. But it's all working, kind of. We'll just get, wow, 10 more modular frames. We're actually making progress on this. That's exciting. So we have a path to get through the rest of this. We'll come back tomorrow and do a little bit more work and see how everything is shaping up. But I say as I completely miss my landing target. That's a big improvement to have that be an actual factory and not garbage all over the ground. We've created a space we can actually drive through, and we can get that fixed up next time as well. This is not on the map grid, and that bugs me, but this is way too much stuff to tear down and rebuild unless we're going to completely redo all of this. So I guess that's it. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Really appreciate you guys being here. Everyone who's talked, everyone who's not talked, lurking, although I don't think there's too many of those with just 10 viewers. But appreciate you. Have a great rest of your night or morning, whatever time it is where you are. And if you want to come hang out tomorrow, that'd be great. If not, that's fine too. And we'll see you later. Take care, friends. Bye-bye.